Hey guys! Welcome to the stream. Thank you for your patience. I really appreciate it. Sorry, I had to do some stretches before we got started. I had oops. The audio was playing. But yeah, I had to do some stretches. I had to take care of my animals. I had to eat some food, and I had to mop the floor. So all that took a little bit more time than I anticipated. But I appreciate all y'all jumping in, and let's just go ahead and change the title to Comic Dub Workday, and there we go. So I hope you're all doing okay. I'm doing fine.
So you were talking about ice cream?
Ice cream? Well, I'd like some ice cream,
that
actually.
Sounds good. Yeah, it's like 90 degrees here right now, so...
I have some popsicles in the fridge. I could go and grab one. They're just some basic icy pops. They're like, well, they're even more basic than that. There's just like a big bag of dyed sugar water that was frozen in like these hard plastic sleeves. Not in like nothing soft. Like you have to take a knife to open these. You have to chop it open. Like it's like
just like off-brand Otter Pops. or,
yeah,
or like those freeze pops.
Yeah,
like those freeze pop things you can buy in like boxes of 100 or something.
Yeah, $2.
Yeah,
get like 50 of these. Some of them
used to
taste
live off
like
of those
citrus.
things.
Yeah,
yeah.
And it's like I got a bunch of those in the fridge
all summer long.
Yeah, thanks, Vallarta. And
yeah,
so
they slice up the corners of your mouth really badly.
Oh no. These are round, so they're not going to slice up.
Oh, they're round.
But
okay.
The plastic is hard enough that one imagines that it was meant for hot dogs, except I don't know of any hot dog plastic casing that is this hard. It's like it is as if it's meant for hot dogs. It's
okay.
Weird. Yeah, it's really
so
weird.
when you want to freeze your hot dogs in individual packages for summer enjoyment.
Yeah.
For hot dogs. that summer treat, that famous summer treat.
Yeah.
You just grab a hot dog out of the freezer.
Find an image of, here we go. This is a Vallarta popsicle. Let's see if it'll actually load.
Chris just Ko-fi'd you, by the way.
Thanks. This is what it is. These ice pops. And am I?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're.
Yeah.
They're different from like the strictly just rectangular ones that I grew up on.
They won't slice your mouth, but you do need like a big butcher knife to slice it open. You basically, I mean, the best thing you can do is slice it right in that middle divide there, so that you can like split it between two people. But yeah, it's kind of odd. But it works. But yeah, it's basically the same thing as an icy pop. It's just sugar water. It's just sugar water, but it works. It works. So how about you guys? How you doing? Sorry, I'm trying to lean over and grab something at the same time. Apologies. I'm very professional. We had to get going. Yep. How you guys doing? Your week been good? Eh? Well, I'll tell you.
Oh,
I'll tell you.
I'm not sure if you're asking chat or us.
Oh, Dad, I don't even know anymore. I think you guys might have already responded.
Anyone answer? How was your week?
Somebody, please. Is there anybody else there?
Please tell me.
Help! I'm so alone.
Man, I need to know. How was your week?
Mission Control, please get back to me. Well, I had a very eventful week. Do you know why?
Before we get any further, am I echoing or anything to anybody? Am I just...
You shouldn't.
Because in the past I've sounded weird, so I just want to make sure. And hopefully I'm not peaking like I was last time. I apologize for that, but I'm not sure why I was doing that. But... Okay, sorry.
Well,
what were you
shouldn't
saying?
be echoing because I have my earbuds plugged in, so there should be no echo.
All right.
But yeah,
right.
Guess what happened to me this week?
Tell us.
Well, you probably know, but
I think so.
Chat. What do you think happened to me this week?
I mean, I could list a few things.
I'm gonna say aliens.
Aliens? I mean, apparently, like, according to the news, they're like, the Pentagon confirms aliens, and meanwhile, you look at it, it's like the Pentagon says, yeah, there's some things in the sky we haven't figured out what it is exactly yet, and everybody's saying, it's aliens!
Now you know how scientists feel when there's major publications about their work.
I think that's how everybody feels in their field. Whenever there's major publications about their work, it's like, oh, that's not how I would have characterized it. I had kittens. Close, actually. Close. It wasn't kittens, but think of something else that's similar to kitten.
They're baby animals.
Baby animal.
Do I sound weird?
Porter says baby dogs. Yeah.
Yes!
Baby dogs.
You have guessed it right. There was we acquired a puppy. Not my puppy, it's one of my roommate's puppies, but it does mean there is a puppy in the house. Not baby birds, I'm not currently breeding anything. My new roommate, Steph, acquired a rescue dog from the shelter, a 5-month-old lab shepherd mix that she has named Juno, and she's very, very sweet. She is basically a little Anubis dog. Very elegant and but very clumsy at the same time. But she's getting better, and so she's been with us not long at all. Like not long at all. It's been all of since Wednesday. So she is learning. She is trying her best right now. And poor Steph is like running around me like, please, Juno, don't jump on things. But yeah, she's being quite good. Like she's a sweetie. Hey, speak of the devil. Hey, I just started streaming. Steph, I was telling people about Juno, the new friend. Juno, you want to come say hi? Juno, hi. Is she allowed to be on the webcam?
Sure.
All right, let me boot up the webcam. Hopefully I won't dox myself this time. No, that's not happening. I don't have anything with my address on it in the camera, do I? I don't think so. I want to show her off because she's very cute. But yeah, let me get where's my webcam? There it is. Okay. There's my webcam. Now I'm suddenly very grateful that I actually dressed up today. I wasn't actually intending to like appear on webcam. But I was like, I'll just like wear something slightly nicer than just sweatpants and a bathrobe to the stream. So here we go. Juno, come here. This is Juno.
Come here.
She's
Sit.
new friend.
Sit.
Look how smart she is. Look at this smart. My whole body is blocking her. 1 second. Let's get a.
Juno, hey.
Yeah, look at the friend. Isn't she cute? Here, I'll turn on the webcam for you too, so you can see what the hell's going on.
Hey, puppy.
Here's your puppy.
Her ears crack me up.
She is so good.
Yeah, come here.
Get out of the way.
She's like, what do you want?
Look at this, his friend. This is Juno. Look at her best ears. She is such a good girl.
Lay down. Lay down. Good girl.
What a good girl. Look how smart and wonderful she is.
Nice job, nice job.
This dog has been here all a handful of days, and look how good she is. Chat's freaking out. They're like, oh my god, puppy. Everybody loves puppy. She's so. Someone said I came for cat content, but I got dog content for free. Juno, can I pet the puppy?
Of course.
Let me bribe the puppy. It's like she'll come and like come to me for pets, but she also loves her mom.
She knows that I have all of them, so here, you're gonna have to just pick all of them.
Oh, come here. Come here, Juno. Come here. Juno, come.
Oh, she doesn't know come yet. We're working
Juno,
on that.
Pretty girl. Juno, pretty girl. Come on. Yeah, you want some? Yeah, there we go. I don't have to bribe her to get petted usually, but her priority is her mama, so.
Her priority is
to
food
pet
in
that
my
good
hand,
dog.
so.
Good dog. Well, she has the longest tail of any dog I've ever seen. Look at this ridiculously long tail, guys. This is like a good 4 or 5 inches longer than your normal dog tail. This dog has a whip. I'll just give you the rest. Why not?
Okay.
Yeah, she could use more food. She is fast growing. She just came from the shelter, so the Steph is putting some meat on her.
I'm trying to.
Yeah, she's just growing. She doesn't have beans. She has mushrooms. Button mushrooms for feet.
We need more rice to go with them beans.
We will spoil you. You're gonna get so healthy. Oh, you're gonna get so healthy.
You're a pretty girl.
Yeah, she go on runs.
Yeah.
Yeah, she goes on runs. She's good girl.
We're working on runs. Right now we're working on crating, so.
Yeah, because she didn't like to be left alone, so now she has a crate, so she has somewhere
To cry.
somewhere to cry that she can't, destroy.
Well, hopefully, I don't know.
Yeah, it's not that she's like that much. It's not like her scratching at the door is really any worse than when Moth does, but she's just so big.
She just makes scratches much longer.
It's a bigger, deeper scratch very quickly, so that's the problem.
She still needs to get crate trained.
Yeah. Alright, webcam
Chat
off.
Chat asks if she likes wearing the bandana.
Does she like? She doesn't mind. She pretty much ignores it. Sometimes she's like, "Oh, what's this on me?" and we'll put her mouth on it. But she's just kind of good about it. She's pretty good. Whoever had her last, I think, might have given her some clicker training, or else the shelter tried, because she responds super good to the clicker, like instantly. She actually knew sit when she came to us, but she doesn't know come. Or she didn't know, like, drop it, so, but very quickly, it only takes, like a few tries before she figures out, oh, that's what you want, and because she's so new to it all, like, by the next day, she just knows it, but yeah, she's very sweet, so, but oh my god, puppies are a lot of work, guys. I'm not even the one taking care of her, and it's a lot. So it's been a little bit to get used to, and for right now, to give Ada a break, because Ada is my dog. I don't know that I've shown her on these streams that much, but because I usually don't turn on my webcam. But Ada is my dog, and she's like a setter corgi mix, and she's like at least 11, I want to say, but we don't know because they didn't know her age when we got her. We also got her from the shelter, and she's getting old. I'm pretty sure she's older than the lowest estimate by like maybe a year or two at least, because she's starting to slow down. She still likes to go on walks and stuff, but she's kind of grouchy, which is understandable when you're an old dog. She's a little grouchy, not towards people or anything, but she's a little grouchy towards dogs. And to just kind of give her a break so she doesn't have to deal with puppy. She is right now with my partner, and he's off to visit his family, and they're all immunized, and he's immunized, and so they're all pretty safe, so he can finally go see them after over a year of the world being shut down. So, and he needed a break too, because he just completed his master's degree. Yay, Clint! So he's just like, I'm tired. I want to see my family. I like, go be with the family. That'll give us a week to get Juno situated in the house, and so she knows her basic commands. And then by the time you come back with Ada, it's like a little less, overwhelming. Because he's just so tired. He's just so tired. Finally wrapping up that work. But yeah. What?
Can you drop that thumbnail image into the streaming chat?
Into streaming chat? Okay.
Stream planning or on anywhere in Discord.
Sure. Let me give that to you. Oh wait.
I can download it by going in to edit the video, but I don't want to like risk doing that.
Don't do that. I can give you two versions.
Mess up the stream or something like.
No, but also that's just not going to be a good version of it. Here,
okay.
Take two versions. Here you go. Okay. And that reminds me actually that I have to post my first thing of the day. So if anybody follows my Twitter, I'm just going to be dropping some things from Mike during the stream. I was going to post them one every hour, but you know what? I don't want to sit here for like 1, 2, 3. 6 hours posting tweets. So
It's.
but yeah, I told Mike ahead of time that I said to him, I'll tag you into some Twitter things today. He's like, okay.
I think he's doing a signing today. So.
Yeah, he's doing some signings for has-been stuff, I guess. So he's a bit occupied at the moment. But we'll see who pops in. We had some people who were interested. Also, I recall hearing the Kofi sign go off. So let me...
Yep, that was Chris.
Okay, let me see. Kofi. No. Alright.
Bradmere asks Lackadaisy dogs. There actually was a series of drawings of Lackadaisy dogs.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was Patreon content.
No, it's on the website. I'll link it. Hold on.
Alright, and I will post that here. There we go. Yep. But yep, so it's been a bit of a big week. It's been a lot all of a sudden. Like whenever you add a new animal, it changes your routine significantly. So we had a pretty comfortable routine, and Steph really she was very curious about getting her own dog, is something that she's been working towards for a while, and we were like sure, and the landlord said sure, and she was searching for a dog for a while, and she found a sweetheart. So she's been working her butt off for that dog. But yeah, suddenly it's like, oh, gotta do this, and that in order to make sure that puppy won't knock everything over. Gotta make sure that the chickens are not anywhere near the puppy before the puppy knows drop it, because you don't want the puppy to... she needs to know drop it and leave it, because you don't want her to chase after the chickens without knowing what no means. And then if for some reason she picks up a chicken, you don't want her to not know what drop it means, because you don't want to play tug of war with a live bird, because you will not have a live bird anymore. So yeah, so for right now she's getting her basics done, and I even got in touch with a professional dog trainer that was recommended to me by a horse training friend of mine. If anybody knows Pinky Tunes on Twitter, and her horse Jeepers Creepers. So Pinky Tunes works on SpongeBob and I think Camp Coral right now. But yeah, she is a bit of a horse cowboy, you know, so she's a California cowboy type of girl. So she's got Jeepers Creepers, and she's been working with him to maybe make him the kind of horse that can be in movies and stuff. And so she knows some horse training people, and there's a lot of crossover between horse training people and dog training people, especially out here. And I really need to find somebody that I want to do like group dog training sessions with, because I'm like, I need to work on it a little bit. You know, I'd like to learn a little bit more about animal training, because it's a topic that I'm just very interested in. And you know, both my roommates were interested in maybe doing the same for their dogs as well. And yeah, found a lady with a lot of recommendations via Pinky, because I don't know if other people have this problem, but when you're in Los Angeles and you're searching for dog trainers Los Angeles, think of who's going to pop up. All the top 10 results are not going to be people you'll want to hire. Because this is the home of Caesar Milan. And if it's not Caesar Milan getting recommended to you, it's a dog psychic. And if it's not a dog psychic, it's someone selling essential oils with their dog training, yada yada. So I have like this theory where if you're going to do anything animal related, like you're looking for a breeder or you're looking for a trainer, anything like that, and the website is really slick, be suspicious, because anybody who has the time to make a very slick looking website probably is not sinking that time into their animals quite so much. Now, it's not a hard rule. I don't know every example of everybody, but I've just seen a pattern. And the other reason for that is a lot of well-established like animal people who have been around for a while, who have been doing business for a while, they don't need to have an active website to keep their business going. Because just through word of mouth, they're fine. But also, a lot of them are older. So, because they're older, they're also not terribly web savvy. So, yeah. This person that I got in touch with, she doesn't even have a website. It's just, oh, here's her phone number. That's how out of the way it is. But she's right now on a set with with one of her dogs. I don't know the nature of it or anything like that because NDA. But yeah, I'm looking forward to doing some sessions with her if we get to it. So yeah. Essential oils, bacon scent must be a top seller. Thank you, Sinaster. I want essential oil, baking oil, like that. Forget all the other nonsense these MLMs push. Let's just go like essential oils, but it's just cooking oil. Let's just do that. At least you can do something with it. It's probably not poison.
Yeah.
I wouldn't trust. Yeah, essential oil stuff is sketchy often at best. So.
Yeah,
and there are certain types of aromas that are toxic to cats and dogs. So
oh yeah, no, but I'm talking about essential cooking oils, like olive oil and hazelnut oil and peanut oil and that kind of thing. No, of course essential oils can be bad for you. I looked briefly into making like bath salts and stuff because I was like, oh, that sounds fun. I'd like to, make a nice bath for myself. Maybe I could like make these en masse. I ended up not doing that because it was too much effort, but I had to read up on essential oil stuff in order to make sure I wasn't going to put anything in there that would hurt people. For instance, don't put high concentrations of cinnamon oil and things that you're going to then apply to your skin. Turns out that's a bad thing. It burns. And the same goes for a lot of stuff. So no, it's not just all harmless. You gotta be aware. And just because it's natural also doesn't make it harmless either. So yeah, don't fall for that stuff. But I mean, hey, if you like nice smells, it's pretty good. So yeah.
I mean, that's
just not as a way to cure cancer. Yeah.
A lot of questions coming in. Maybe we should...
Okay, yeah. All right. Yeah. Got questions? Yeah. We'll answer.
Start.
Yeah.
Let's start with Chris's since he sent you the Ko-fi. Also nice to see more of Mordecai's face. Speaking of ice cream, what would be Mordecai's favorite flavor of ice cream?
Something very straightforward, like singular flavor. Couldn't have chopped nuts or cookie dough in it or anything. It'd have to be like coffee ice cream or... yeah, something like
pistachio, but no nuts, only smooth.
No, it wouldn't be pistachio because it would have the nut chunks in it. Yeah.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, so just anything that's just, plain.
I can't read this person's name, but they say, "Hello, your creativity inspires me very much. Thank you for your content."
Thanks. Glad you're enjoying it.
Mechanical Wolf Studios asks, question, do you have any advice for easing in and out of 2D animation? Sometimes I find my animation is as smooth as it could be.
Well, I think don't worry so much about the idea of being smooth. Think more about paths. What path is your object taking? Is it maintaining a consistent volume across the path in such a way that it's easy to track? And what is the spacing of it as well? So it's like if it's correctly done on the path and like think about like how things naturally move, there is irony that you say easing because there's actually like principle of like easing where you have say a ball is swinging back and forth, like a clock pendulum is swinging back and forth, and as it swings and gets to the top of its arc, it slows down. In the middle of the arc, it's speeding up until it gets to the other side of the arc and it slows down again. Now, if you were to break up the ball in that space of time, you would notice that and you were to overlay images of the ball on top of each other. Say like well, let's say every 2 frames is an image of the ball, you will notice that there are several more after images of the ball at the top of the arc than in the middle of the arc. That's spacing. So that sense of timing and that path and the consistency of volume, well, specifically the timing and the path, really, that's a core principle of animation. Consistency of the volume is just, so, random parts of it don't, like, jut around and interrupt the flow of the animation. But, it could be inconsistent in volume and still look pretty cool. So more so than frame rate, that actually matters more because your brain does a really good job of filling in the blank. A really, really good job of filling in the blank. Since, like, if you think about, like, if a ball were thrown past you, you're not going to see every instance of the ball as it goes past you, like the Matrix. You're really kind of noticing the ball as it's thrown, and then the ball at, where it lands, more or less, if it's going pretty fast. But to dodge the ball, that it's aimed at your head, because your brain is kind of predicting where the middle of that path is going to be, and it's way too close to your head. So because your brain is so good at just filling in the blank like that, that's one reason why animation, or even just cinema period, works. Because if you needed 60 frames per second to actually, understand what you were looking at, then there wouldn't be other frames per second, period. Like, you're always filling that blank. And if you think about it, also, I mean, at 60 frames per second, you're still filling in the blank because your perception of things goes far beyond that. That said, your ability to predict, to understand, to fill in the blank like that can work about as low as, like, in my experience, 6 to 8 frames per second, which can look pretty chunky. But I think around, 10 to 12 is a pretty comfortable space, which is one reason why on 24 frames per second, animators work on 2s, which, kind of like my example before, is when there is one image every 2 frames in a second, which is effectively 12 frames per second. So we usually work at that in order to just save ourselves a lot of time, because if you're actually drawing 24 frames per second, well, animation is a painful enough medium as is, so where we can take shortcuts, we do, because we like to not die. Anyway, so that's a lot of technicalities, but yeah, just work on your paths, work on your arcs, work on your timing, and it will feel smooth. And I might even suggest working at a lower frame rate, also because then there's less for you to draw and less for you to track. So try it at 10 frames per second. Do it at a really low frame rate. Get used to that for a little bit. So then that kind of limits the possibilities of what you can do. If you figure out 10 or 12 frames per second, you can move beyond that. I'm sorry, I'm chewing on a Sour Patch Kid right now. I wanted a little bit of candy. I was like, oh yeah, I have sugar.
Chat's asking about 360 FPS when. I think that's our $1 billion donation tier.
Yeah, give me $1 billion and we'll look into it. I will go get the most advanced AI, and we'll see.
Okay. Damien asks, and I wish I could do a Jason voice for this, but one question: when show?
When is show? Right now I'm shooting for August. A lot of things took a bit longer.
We can't really put.
We can't really. I can say I'm shooting for this. I'm shooting for the summer, basically. It will get done this year, though. That's unless I got gravely ill and then was in the hospital for a few months. Then maybe it would be 2022. But it is happening this year. That much I can promise. Mm-hmm. I want to have a life after this. Yeah.
We're going to run out of budget if we don't finish, so we gotta finish it.
We're gonna run out of a lot of things if we don't do it. So.
Yep, it's gonna be done. So. Soon.
Bobo the Displeased Clown asks, are there pets in the Lackadaisy world?
There are, like, animals show up, they're just not anthropomorphized in quite the same way. They're slightly anthropomorphic, like, in that they have these, like, they're a little more sentient, I think, than like animals actually are, like the rats and stuff. But yeah, I mean, all the other animals exist. They're just not walking around on two legs and shooting each other up.
I mean, we don't really know what the rats are doing in private, so I think that's a little presumptuous.
They might be. They probably have their own racket going, just with fewer car chases. I don't know.
We know
I
the
want to
rooster
see
is
what that looks like. You know?
Actually, I do have a few rat emotes I have to make for the server there in my backlog. A few people suggested some.
Oh my goodness, yeah, that actually would be pretty cute. Little rat emotes. We need to have that on the work server. Little rat emotes. Little ratters.
The pigs. Yeah, I mean, well, the pigs were considered livestock. I don't think they regarded them as pets, but yeah, there were pigs in the comics.
Rocky seemed pretty endeared to them. What do you mean?
I mean, Rocky liked Frothy, the dead pig, yeah. Befriended the dead pig, but...
Joe Dudit asks...
Frothy saved his life.
Yeah. Joe Dudit asks, why have the big animation studios abandoned traditional hand-drawn animation?
Because... They thought they could make more money doing it the other way.
Yeah.
So...
I think you'll see it come back. I think just right now, like, the marketable thing, the thing people... Or the thing they assume people want to see is all CG stuff. And by and large, that probably, like... It's hard to sometimes look past the bubble that a lot of us exist in, where we are aficionados of the 2D stuff, and a lot of artists are really into that, but the public at large doesn't care. They just want their kids to be entertained, and they want to be entertained, and sometimes they're
not concerned with the condition of the art form.
Yeah, they don't. Yeah, they're not concerned with, like, preserving the art form or the legacy of 2D animation or the art form itself as an art form. They don't care. They just want a movie to sing along to or enjoy or whatever. So. And studios are risk averse, and there has been a lot of, I mean, as we were kind of like seeing things transition from 2D animation to straight up just 3D stuff, there were some 2D films that came out that flopped pretty badly, and just didn't perform well in the box office. So I think studios saw that and they're like, oh, well, 2D is out and 3D is in, and so we're going to go with the less risky thing and make those now.
It's also really... like where Disney goes, the American animation, and then oftentimes the broader animation community,
right?
Abroad, also goes. So when Disney makes the decision of, oh, we're ditching 2D animation to go CG, it means almost everybody else is going to take a cue from them. They just have that much sway over animation. Like, a lot of when people say cartoon, they are usually thinking of Disney cartoons. It's one reason why when you work on animation, when you say, oh yeah, I work in animation, people are like, oh, do you work for Disney? Or, oh, you don't work for Disney? Have you thought about working for Disney? As if, A, all animators work for Disney, or B, if you don't, then you must not have thought about it very much. Which is a compliment, but also it's kind of frustrating when you as an animator are like, I don't want to be Disney and I would like this medium to extend beyond it, because it's kind of silly that people know that not all movies are made by Disney, but sometimes think that all cartoons are made by Disney.
Right.
Yeah.
Is it Joe Dude 8? I'm so sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your username. It points out Cartoon Saloon is still doing 2D, and I think Ghibli is back to doing animated films. They did a 3D thing, I think. I have not seen it, but I've not heard great things about it. So, but I think they're like still focused primarily on 2D animation, because Miyazaki just can't seem to retire. So yeah, I mean, and of course there's tons of 2D animation coming out of Japan and Korea and China, and the US is producing it too, just not really films so much as like streaming series and things, so it's not like it's a dead art form or anything. I think it's just and I think we will see more films again once.
There's always cycles to these things, basically.
Yeah,
and this one happened to be an excruciatingly long one. There was a period of time, even in television cartoons, which have a little bit more diversity, that they kept trying to do CG cartoons, and that seemed like almost every cartoon that came out was a CG cartoon, but it just didn't quite work out because doing CG to the level that people expect it to be nowadays on a television budget, on a television schedule, is excruciatingly difficult and not always recommended. And a lot of the things that were popping up at the time, some of them were decent, but then others were kind of like, And I know that it's a meme to hate on Fanboy and Chum Chum, but I gotta say that I actually I really respect like how they were able to translate those designs into 3D as goofy as it was. And for anybody who's just like, oh, that looks awful, it's like, I thought that Jimmy Neutron looked awful as a kid, but it's like looking back on it, there's like a charm to that kind of thing. So sometimes, go back and you look at it and you can kind of appreciate it, in a new way. So... but anyway.
Maple Paint Tube says, "Be Disney. Don't be Disney. Be Don Bluth."
Look, I love what
some of Don
Don's
Bluth. I mean,
but...
like Disney has its shining examples of like films that are just like gorgeous pure art, and then also so does Don Bluth. And then Don Bluth also has like Troll in Central Park and some other stuff. That's I don't even know what to say about Rockadoodle Doo.
I love it. He's all furry. Oh my god, we need to watch that in the server now. We have to. We have to.
It is such a strange movie.
Who has not seen Rockadoodle Doo? And then who wants to explain what Rockadoodle Doo is? Because it is a fucking trip. I remember as a kid watching it multiple times, being like, "What the fuck am I looking at?" Sorry, Knox.
I have not seen it.
Really? Oh well, you're gonna have to come watch it with us then.
Sure.
We'll make sure we do it some evening when you're available.
I'll only be on the weird schedule for another week. So.
I mean, the animation is beautiful. Don't get me wrong. It's just like, what is this? What am I looking at? Yeah, I don't know. Don Bluth has been hit or miss too. Like any studio that does stuff is just gonna be. Sometimes it really fires on all sixes, and sometimes it's like, oh. This was a thing
Don,
that
why?
we did.
Yeah.
It's kind of like that for all art.
But I have an appreciation for even the stuff that isn't great, that isn't like their best stuff or fails in the box office. You have to appreciate it. If you've spent any time trying to make a film or a game or anything, you know that it's amazing. It's like a miracle anything ever gets finished because it's so hard. It's so many moving pieces that you have to coordinate and get right, and so much budget that you have to worry about constantly, and like it's just a very, very difficult thing to make any kind of film, animated probably even more so than any other kind of film. Unless you're like out filming in some like rugged terrain or something and everybody's dying from hypothermia or whatever, but yeah, it's hard. And so even like the stuff that I don't mean to like denigrate films that aren't,
I'll say this:
perfect specimens,
when Bluth makes a, so I'll say this in Bluth's defense. This is something I actually really like about Bluth. So when Disney makes a not great movie, sometimes it's just kind of boring and forgettable to me because like they're just run by committees so heavily that it's so sanded down.
Yeah, right. It's very like writing by committee sort of thing where like what's the absolute most marketable way we can approach this.
But the worst movie that Bluth puts out is still a what the fuck experience. No matter what. It's like, there's texture to it, even when it's like, what is this pablum shit? It's still fucking, what?
You have to appreciate it for being just a little different and a little off kilter, and it doesn't come across like something that was written by committee. It might be wrong-headed in some ways, or it might be like, what? But at least it comes across as like genuine, coming from a genuine place in some sense. Like they just wanted to try something, or they had a weird idea and they're like, well, let's run with it or something, instead of like, you know, meeting with shareholders and discussing, can we do this? Is this going to be like the absolute prime marketable decision to make? Like if we go this way or that way, which really, I don't know exactly. I mean, I can't say for sure that exactly that every Disney film is like that at this point, but like I'm sure there are people who really put their hearts and souls into what they're trying to do. But it does feel very massaged to be, you know, a marketing vehicle. And I think there's something maybe a little more authentic about what Don Bluth does, even when it's like really, really weird and you just are left going, what am I looking at right now?
A lot of times you're wondering, what the hell am I looking at right now? Just in general. Don, what is this? What did you give me?
We're all used to feeling that, as we all primarily exist on the internet these days. A lot of that time is spent going, what am I looking at right now and why?
I mean, that basically is a lot of the internet's humor. There was also a reaction from Shadow Reaper that really appreciated your Disney. Everybody wondering if you're going to work for Disney because they had the same experience with NASA as an engineer.
Oh, yeah. There's like this, whatever career you're in, there's always like some outsider's idea of like what the peak of that career, like what peak employment opportunity is or something. And so yeah, I had a lot of that
and
too.
To be fair, Disney,
like, why don't you
Disney
should
makes
work
you
for
the
Disney.
good money. They make you the good money, and I have friends who work for Disney.
True.
And I'll say I've had friends who worked for Disney and had experiences. I've had friends who worked for Disney and have good experiences. And I know one of my buddies on it, who was actually one of the board artists for this, is working on Dinosaur, Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur. Yeah. And so far she's having a good time, and I take that as a good sign. I hope that means that the show will be good.
Good. No, I don't mean to say it's like always wrong to think that. It's just that it's not across the board the opinion that like, or it's like maybe not the right career option for a lot of artists to do that. Like for some people it may be exactly what they want, and for others it may be like, no, that would be a nightmare job for me. I don't want that job.
Yeah. It's like there are animators I know who'd be like, no, I don't want to work for Disney. It's like I would take the money and I'd be willing to work for a few years, but also I'd like to make my own stuff. So it's more like, and I know that if you have it on your resume, it means things to some people. So that would be nice. But yeah, no, it's not my life goal. Even though Disney was a huge source of inspiration for me as a kid and one of the things that got me to do what I'm doing, it's not really been a goal of mine to work for Disney so much as just make cool stuff. I mean, like getting jobs certainly was a goal, of course, but like Disney specifically, no. I'm not sure that they really would jive with my sensibilities. Maybe they would, I don't know, but you know, I tend to want to write things a little not on the spectrum of things that Disney currently is courting, let's say.
I think probably the issue would be how quickly you would ask where the vault is.
Well, I mean, I actually, like, no, being that I know people at Disney, I remember talking to one guy, and yeah, he said there is, but did I mention the secret porn collection by Disney?
That is what I was referring to, yes.
Yeah, be like, where can I go find this? Yeah, no, I would, that would be day one. I was like, I need to see this. I know it's gonna be beautiful and funny. I found the wiggle command. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Now how do I up the wiggle?
Tracy, I think you answered this earlier in text, but I'm not sure if you want me to still ask them in those cases, but is there a chance we'll get a physical version of the comic?
Yeah, it has been in print for a while. I have since parted ways with that publisher. They've kind of like closed their shop down and stuff, so I don't think you can get it through their store anymore, but I think there are some Volume 1 books still on Amazon. And fulfilled by Amazon. And we'll be reprinting the books at some point in probably next year through Iron Circus. That's the tentative plan anyway. It's not like completely set in stone, but that looks like what we're going to be doing. We've been making, plans associated with that. So
yeah, if anybody is familiar with our recent poll,
and if you want the books now, like the hardcover volume 1 and 2 are available through my Patreon currently. I have a patron tier that's like usually something that people just pledge at for like 1 month only, because that's all it takes to get the reward, and you get both hardcovers and a custom drawing on a Shikishi artboard. So you can get the books still through those means. They are in short supply, so yeah, there's not gonna last for much longer, but we will eventually be reprinting new versions with new cover art.
I might just get that second version too, even though I already have both volumes.
We'll make sure you get copies of those books. You've been a big help to us. So, yeah.
Thank you so much for your assistance. Yeah,
No
Nox
problem.
takes time out of his day to help us with answering your questions, guys. So please give big props to Nox. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Happy to be helpful and to help you focus on what your actual work.
It's really necessary. Otherwise, this would not be a work stream. It's like, that's what Lackachats are. Lackachats are where I'm just paying attention to the stream. Work stream, I'm doing something else at the same time. So,
Yeah.
letting other people do stuff.
We are. This is just a work day for us, and
Yeah.
we're just kind of sharing it with you. Well, Fable's sharing what they're doing, but I'm just over here. I'm working on poster art.
Yeah, I want to see that.
I'm on my mobile studio. Let me. I can try sharing my screen. Let me.
You could. Yeah, you.
I need to like install Discord on this thing. I uninstalled it because I never use it on this machine. So let me.
What are you talking through
try.
then?
I am talking on my other computer. Like, so I've got my PC over here.
I
and
see.
then I've got my mobile studio right here, because mobile studio I can bring anywhere. But I prefer, when I'm working in Photoshop, my preference is to work on the mobile studio. I can work on my older Cintiq, which is what I do when I stream. But it's just not, it doesn't have like the touch functions and everything that I'm used to for zooming in and out and everything. So and it's smaller and scuffed up, and so. But yeah, I can't really stream on the mobile studio. I tried. It can't manage. It can't handle that. It's just not designed for that kind of thing. I can maybe share my screen in Discord, maybe on it.
Maybe you might have to plug in your headset into your mobile studio, though, potentially.
Hi.
Yeah, because I wouldn't be able to connect it in both places. Let's see. Can I even plug in my? A
tiny wet, maybe lizard? No, amphibian slithered into the chat.
Oh, I was gonna say just hit the windshield on the highway.
Just smacked into the car. Yeah, right there. Just so we're gonna insert that in. It's just Nuke goes right onto the windshield as they're driving.
Relevant question. I don't know if anyone said this already because I was away, and I apologize for my lateness. Shadow Reaper 50, did we get an update on the shot glasses? As of 2 hours ago, there were 20 left.
That was my next question. So
wow.
Wow. Yeah, they'll be gone soon, and that's kind of all there is. So if you want a shot glass set, you should order it now, because they'll be gone probably by.
If they're not gone today, honestly.
Yeah.
It's crazy how fast they've been going. Just crazy.
Yeah, it's encouraging. We get a big chunk of our budget back that way.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, everybody please remember there is a poll for if you want a particular plushie of the Lackadaisy characters.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we're gauging interest right now.
We are at a hair under 2,000 votes, about 30 short. I just dropped a link in chat if people want to vote on that. That is, if you want a plushie, or maybe you want a plushie if you have some words you want to give us. There's a free response question, and what characters you would like.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out how to keyframe this wiggle so that it reduces down. But it'd be fussing, man. It doesn't wanna. How do I do that? Okay.
Also, hi Nova, Rooney, Hankbot, CZP, everyone who said hello.
I like how many in-jokes are going to get hurled at Rooney from... I don't think they've ever been on one of these streams, but everybody knows them from yours.
Oh, you got some people from your streams?
Well, for context, Runicro in chat is an old colleague of mine. We used to work together. And he is the guy that I stream with on Wednesdays. He's a good friend.
Cool. Welcome, Rooney Crow.
Hello.
Nice
And
to make your digital acquaintance.
Well, to be completely honest, he knows next to nothing about Lackadaisy.
Oh, fucking awesome! Okay, I want to hear what his questions are now.
No,
yeah.
He enjoys our ramblings.
I wanna
so
hear what he has. What is his impression? I want to hear.
Rooney, what are your thoughts on from everything that I've told you about it, and what you've seen in the streams, and what insanity my chat gets up to 90% of the time being Nova or Trav?
Sometimes me.
And you as well, Mr. Captain Planet Good Guy.
I mean, you guys are always playing games where you're wrecking the environment. What do you want me to do?
Well, hey, in Satisfactory, we recently switched over to the nuclear branch, and sure, we have toxic waste that may or may not be getting incidentally dumped into the ocean, but we're working on that.
Did you finally de-irradiate your dog?
Yes, the dog has been safely de-radiated.
Good. Alright, Rooney's in game, so let's go back to some questions from normal folk.
I see we have a bunch in the document.
Only 4. Most of them are just from the... most of the other ones are just from the old streams. Aaron Kennedy asks, in all of his travels, is there anywhere Rocky can never go back to? If so, why?
I mean, oh yeah, there's definitely places where he was and worked where he would not be welcome back because something caught on fire or something. I don't think he'll ever be going back to the circus.
There we go.
He did catch on fire working as a fry cook, so that didn't work out. Also, he did some damage working on a relative's farm. They should not have allowed him near the farm equipment, so he didn't stay there for very long. But generally, he's just like, yeah, and he also, like, he can't really go home either. Like, Nina will allow him in the house to shower and, maybe eat on occasion, but he knows he's not really very welcome there, so he doesn't hang around for very long. And yeah, he's just kind of I think looking for a place that has a sense of home, because he's missing that. But yeah, there's plenty of places where he's made himself not welcome, not out of malice, but just because Rocky. Not everyone can tolerate him.
Let's see here. Where is you? Oh, now I know.
Brogan says, are physical copies only available for US customers and Patreons? No, I can do, if you're outside the US and you want the patron set of, like, the two hardcover books and a drawing, you can reach out to me and I can set up a specific tier for you. The reason I can't just lump all of them into one Patreon tier is because the shipping costs varies so wildly between domestic mail and international mail that I can't price it in such a way to make it reasonable for, you know, like I if I priced it like I price it for US residents, I would lose money trying to mail it to, like, you know, Europe or something, because it's so expensive to mail things overseas. So unfortunately, I can get them to Canada for usually a fairly reasonable price because I can flat rate ship them. But yeah, so I just need to, like, be contacted directly about that so I can make. But yeah, I can make arrangements to mail you stuff if you are interested in buying it.
There was a follow-up to the pet discussion earlier. John Higa asked, so our boost cats have pet cats, or in Brogan asks, like pet dogs, or is that comic just for fun?
I mean, they can have pet dogs. I don't draw cats in there because it would just be like, it would just raise more questions and be more distracting. Like, the whole thing isn't supposed to be. I mean, the comic isn't about them being cats. And I said something actually on Tumblr yesterday, trying to explain, like, they're not so much literal felines who became human-like or something. They are just human characters represented with feline features.
Mm-hmm.
So it just functions like that. And anything like where it's like I'm calling attention to the fact that they're cats. I mean, yeah, I could get silly with it and have cats actually be there, like literal cats, but it just becomes a distraction. It's just like, what's going on? And then I just get inundated with, you know, questions about how this works, and it's kind of like that, you know, history science theater thing. It's like, you should really just relax and just like stop like overanalyzing it misses the point. Or analyzing it as if it's some kind of like speculative fantasy about like cats taking over the world or something. Is missing the purpose of the whole cat thing. It's really just.
Yep, there are other comics that do that.
It's really just allegorical. Yeah, there are other comics, and yeah, I'm not like saying you can't do that with a comic. It's a very cool thing to like try to explore, but it's not what Lackadaisy's doing. It's just a different approach to why are they animals.
Hello, cats.
Hey, Kaz.
Visual metaphor, but a visual allegory, visual, you know, device for just kind of a whole host of reasons to just characterize it a bit differently from reality, strict reality.
Hi. Kaz, can you hear? Oh, hi.
What's up?
Hey.
Not me, like, getting super cold feet and then coming in here and then thinking maybe I should go in like 5 minutes because I'm already getting nervous. I don't even know why, but it's just it's literally been for like months now. I keep getting nervous. It's just again why I hardly come into calls because I get cold feet real easy.
Aw.
So I don't come in. I don't come in calls a lot.
Well, you know, don't feel like you have to be here if you're feeling uncomfortable about it.
Part of
You
me
are
wants
absolutely welcome to be here.
It's the fact that I want to, and then when as soon as I come in, it's instant regret.
Yeah, I get that stage fright thing too. Anytime I try to stream, I'm like, just.
Can I ease you in with a bit of an icebreaker question from the chat, Kaz, that I feel like you would have strong opinions on? From Brian Villanueva, does Rocky like pineapple on his pizza? And I will extend this to, does Winston like pineapple on his pizza?
I don't know.
Chat is currently devolving into a pineapple or not pineapple war, as it always does.
I don't know about Rocky. I'm not sure. That's for Tracy to answer the question.
Rocky likes sweet things on his food, so I would say he probably would. I cannot imagine that Hawaiian-style pizza was anything that you'd find in the 1920s anywhere, possibly even in Hawaii. I don't know. But I think like modern day Rocky would be fine with it. I personally don't have any strong feelings about it. I understand it's like a point of contention for many people, but I just don't care about pineapple on pizza. I've had it before. It's fine.
It sure is a meme.
It sure is.
That's a meme, all right. Yeah.
I just looked it up because I was curious. Hawaiian pizza was a Canadian delicacy starting in the 50s, catching on to American pizzerias in the early 60s.
Yeah, so why it's called Hawaiian, I guess just because of the pineapple? I don't know, but
So, Knox, we can blame you.
I mean, it's delicious. So
Canada, what have you done?
we also gave you Nickelback if you want to get all the
no.
Actually, pineapple on pizza, while I wouldn't normally order it for myself, if it's there, it's not bad.
Yeah, I like it.
There are worse things.
Yeah, it's not like my go-to pizza, but if it was like the only pizza left or something, I'd eat it. It's fine. I'm not like, it doesn't gross me out or anything. It's but I'm also not like crazy in love with it either. So it's like I have very mild feelings about it that aren't worth even discussing.
Tracy is pineapple on pizza neutral. Let's say.
Yes.
Yeah.
Despite the claims that you cannot be neutral on it, I am. So there. What you working on, Kaz? You doing art?
I am working on a quick Patreon thing for the tiers. I got 3 tiers so far, and I'm working on pictures for them so that way my Patreon doesn't look bland and boring. I changed the comic name to be because I had a friend of mine help me, and I think it's going to be called the Flamingo Resort just because it's all based around that area. So now the tiers actually are dealing with flamingos. So
cool.
The first one is going to be called, just the eggs, and then the second one they're called flamingettes, and then the last one they're called pink flamingos, and then if I ever make another one, they're gonna be called golden flamingos. So I'm pardon me, talking is not easy right now. Working on flamingos. I'll post them. I'm trying to give them like a tropical look. Trying to find where I am because I am
We're in
lost.
guest live right now.
Well, I know that, but where's the chat room?
Streaming live. Streaming chat.
Yeah, streaming chat. Sorry.
Oh. This is what I have so far.
Let's see.
Oh, very nice.
Oh, that's cool. Can I show it to the stream?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that's cute.
Aww.
Look at that. That's real cute little burbs. Those are some good little burbs. I like the ribbons. I like it. Awesome. Okay.
That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, sounds like you are pretty excited about kind of reworking your comic.
To the best of my abilities, when I'm able to. Other than just kind of laying in bed and thinking about the space or something, it's
yeah.
It's kind of just that. It's just that. I'm just here. I don't know. I can't. I'm not thinking. You guys do the
That's
talking.
okay.
I'm here.
We can
Okay.
talk.
All right. We'll stop bugging you.
All right.
You can chime in if you want to, but yeah.
I mean, I can say both.
It's like everyone looks like, oh, Kaz is ready to talk all the time. And they have so much energy. I wonder where they get that from. And then as soon as they get into a call, I'm all like, oh shoot, well now what do I do? Everything is impulsive and
we don't want you to feel like you have to like entertain us.
No,
so,
you do not.
Yeah.
Nope. Everything is like very, 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 very impulsive. It's all just this might make someone laugh. So I might as well do it and see what reactions they get after. And then regret it if I start having doubts.
Yep. Oh shoot, that didn't work.
That's basically it.
Alright, I'll move into some other questions. Someone asked, thoughts on Jendi Tartakovsky? I don't actually know who that is.
Oh, he is the guy who did Samurai Jack and Primal. And I think he's doing Hotel. He did the Hotel Transylvania. It's freaking awesome. Getting Tatarsky. Yeah. This is pretty solid, solid animation person, I have a lot of admiration for that guy. Samurai Jack was definitely one of the most aesthetic American cartoons that one could watch. There really wasn't anything like that. I mean, sure, there was like some movement towards that kind of style with like Powerpuff Girls, which he did that too, I think, and like Dexter's Lab and that kind of thing. Very like strong shape language. But Samurai Jack was like, let's just take away the line work. You didn't see that.
That show was cool.
So I'm gonna leave the door open just so Juno has somewhere to go. I think she's just like I think it's really just she needs to like.
1 second.
Be around a person, so.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm gonna leave the door open just in case.
If she starts to get into trouble, can I put her into the crate?
I think so. Yeah, she should be able to. You might
Okay.
just want to like bribe her a little bit.
Sure. I just want your permission before I go and do anything like that because I don't want to.
Do a DM.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's fine for now. I
I'm sending you a DM.
So,
Okay.
Okay.
either that or just throw her out into the front yard.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
I was just receiving some doggo instructions. 'Cause her mama has to go out. So sorry about that. That's important stuff.
Yeah,
How's
no
the
worries.
baby doing?
She's doing quite good. Her kennel came today. Her kennel came today, so she is got her own little puppy den now. Because she was crying and scratching at doors whenever like anybody especially if it was Steph who like walked from one room and like closed the door behind her to the other because she doesn't really have full run of the house presently. She can't be unsupervised at the moment. So, we also don't want her just like deciding play with Moth, and Moth is like, I don't want to play, but he's like trapped in her, indoors with her and can't quite get away. That's kind of stressful for him. So she is in the middle of currently learning limits. And she's learning very, very fast. She's already way better today than she was like yesterday and the day before and the day before that. But it's just a process, because she's just a puppy. She's learning. That's what puppy do. But yeah, she brain is having its own fart. See, Kaz, you're not the only one. I can't. Yeah, so anyway, I didn't get enough sleep last night, guys, because I was preparing this file. I was up until like 3 a.m. getting this settled, and I wanted to sleep in, but then I woke up at 8. I was like,
what kind of dog
no.
is it?
Yeah. Doggy, she is a lab shepherd mix. She looks like an Anubis. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, she looks like a little Anubis dog. Like, if you look at my Twitter account, you can see where I, might have posted some pictures of her. Or retweeted from Steph. Let's see.
Yeah, she's very cute.
She's very cute. She looks like an Anubis dog. She's got, she's kind of skinny right now because her body is just exploding. It's gotten really big really quick, and she just came from the shelter, so she's got to put on some weight.
She's like adolescent dog age, so
yeah.
that kind of like that phase where they start getting really long in the legs, and
their body like runs away from them.
They're not quite coordinated yet, but they're not graceful yet.
Puberty.
But they will be.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's gonna be a like very sleek looking.
She might fill out potentially. She gets more of the barrel body of a lab. She might have some pit in there too. We're not sure, but she seems like definitely shepherd lab is what we can be relatively certain of. But yeah, so what was I getting on about? Oh yeah, but she can't have like free reign of the house right now. It's like not just yet. So she just got a kennel, so that she can be put away and a little home. But yeah, she's just such a big girl that like a normal just pawing at the door that the other dogs can do without too much damage. Granted, they have damaged one of the doors, but they've just been scratching at it for like years now, so the paint's chipped off at this point. But when she does it, she does months worth of damage in about a minute's worth of time. So, yeah, so she needs to learn how not to scratch at the door. Especially because we have the door to the sunroom, when that, you know, that has glass. And she's big and getting bigger, and so if she gets like too excited and paws at the door and jumps up on it, we don't want her to punch her paws through the glass, because that would be very, 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 very bad. We don't want that. That'd be very, very, extremely not okay. No, absolutely not. No. So yeah. Anyway.
There's a question I want to bring to the front of the line, because Fable needs to own up to it.
Yeah, I am very curious what Fable's answer
oh
to this
no.
is.
Question: why are people drawing Rocky as Hatsune Miku?
Michael.
Oh no, this isn't Michael. This wasn't Michael.
This isn't Mike, no. I'm just trolling him with it. I told him, oh, I'm gonna be, tagging you some things today. And he's like, oh, okay. And so...
Oh, is that what you're throwing at him?
Yeah. I'm just throwing these, like, about every half hour. I think I'll put up a new one. I'm retweeting them,
This was
yeah.
a small contribution.
You have one?
Small one. I didn't finish it.
That's fine. It doesn't matter if it's finished. I wasn't expecting it. It was a challenge I presented to people at last stream, and then folks just ran with it, and I was like, I'm gonna take these, and I'm just gonna tag them in these. And I decided it'd be funnier if I did them all at once. Yeah.
It's a super sloppy sketch.
That's what that was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw that earlier.
I was mentioning how, like, he was doing these anime poses, but I think Rocky would still be himself while in the outfit. So I made him like holding on. I was like having, it was like TNT and dynamite and like an explosion while just in the outfit. It just wouldn't be him if he wasn't acting like Rocky.
That's
fair enough.
Very fair.
Strawberry popsicle, small one. Okay. Is this the strawberry cream? No, it's regular strawberry. I was like, that's the fruit one I can really get. Oh, okay. I didn't finish this yet. That's okay. Huh? I didn't finish dinner. Oh, I'll put it up and wait. No, I'm already having it over. Well, there's no rule to how you eat dinner, because there's one to eat both. Okay, dokie. You're not a kid anymore. That's a rule you tell kids to get them to eat. But as an adult, I mean, nobody even knows that I'm an adult, not even at work. They think I'm 15.
Yeah. She's lying. We know she's not 15. She wouldn't be allowed to work here if she wasn't.
To work. I did security at a casino, and I was like 20. Wait, I'm in a call with stream. So.
Kaz's mom. She's lying. We know what age she is. We didn't hire a 15-year-old. We swear.
Okay, hi, other kids.
I'm 33.
Where are you? 30? There's a decade between us. Well, one of them is 33. Okay, yes. Well, that one is that's an exception to the rule. But anyway, if they're in their 20s and I'm in my late 40s, they're hit. It's just because it's not a bad thing. It's not even an insult. Trust me, when you get my age, you want to be a kid. I wish.
No, I'm happy not being a child. No, I don't want to be a kid. No. My childhood sucked.
Living and have fun like a kid, but not actually having the headaches of a kid.
Yeah.
Because like I'll get on the game, goof off, and have a blast with you guys like I'm 5 years old at times, and then go back into adulthood. Yeah, that's the pleasure. But there you go. Enjoy it. It's good. I think I more probably prefer the. Did it one last time? Was that you? That's regular meatloaf. Oh, well, I like how you made that one. That's the bacon wrap one. Okay, so you like this? They're traditional. We'll go with traditional next time. It's not bad. I heard they're really fun.
Oh god, that question about sums up Rooney's entire experience with our streams, doesn't it?
What?
He's your friend, your responsibility, you ask.
Uh-oh.
Oh, good lord. Okay, context to the chat. Who remembers the Drawfee stream? So, Drawfee stream was delightful. All had a great time.
Yeah.
Someone popped a question in the chat from the Drawfee community back then of, tell us about Bondage Kermit. And, of course, we, were forced to face that reality of that image.
Oh, that was great.
Which Julia did great. I don't want to relive that. So Rooney, whose, I guess, entire memorable experience is the characters and that stream, his question is, who would win in a fight, Rocky or Kinky Kermit? Like, god damn.
I mean, definitely Kermit.
Even if Kermit was, like, in bondage, he'd still win that fight. Because, yeah.
Rocky
at best would be distracted by it.
He'd be like, what the? And it's like, so he's already on the back foot instantly. And then even if he wasn't, even if he like dive bomb bondage Kermit.
Yeah, I mean, Kermit kind of has, Kermit's got spaghetti arms too. I mean, but
Kermit is more frustrated.
I mean, Miss Piggy would be there to body slam Rocky anyway, so. Right.
Kermit does that flailing thing when he's upset. And that alone would down Rocky. He'd be like, ah! And just Rocky would be like, oh no! I'm being slapped! Rocky is in no situation the alpha dog.
No.
Put it that way.
He may take his
alpha
revenge out on you in an unexpected way, though, so watch out for that. It just...
Well, that's kind of the problem with like a non-confident doggo is that they'll just lash out in weird ways because they're like, eh! There's uncertainty. It plagues them.
Cabal asks, what the fuck did I just walk into?
I don't know.
Good question.
Welcome to Lackadaisy chat. Welcome to Lackadaisy work chat. This is normal. And no, I'm not exaggerating.
The conversation just always veers all over the place, so just enjoy the ride, I guess.
Just roll with it, guys. It's okay. Shh. It's okay.
Shall we go
it's all
back?
gonna be fine.
Shall we go back to the normal questions before we start speculating if Rainbow Connection is a bondage thing in this context?
Wow, God.
Wow.
Question for Tracy. If you ever made the Lackadaisy characters into fantasy creatures, what would they be? Could be any fictional creature of your choice.
Well, I have done Rocky as a dragon before.
Which was a very cool piece.
Naturally, he'd be a fire-breathing dragon. I mean, that just seems like...
Let me find that.
Who hoards pancakes? I don't know. Just lays on a pile of pancakes all day. I don't know, what else?
I always thought it would be fun to do like a weird parody of Rocky and Freckle as like horror Cheshire cats. Maybe like Wes's perspective.
Horror Cheshire cats. Yeah, Cheshire Cat would certainly fit Rocky. I mean, he kind of already is that, but I don't know. What are our options? Let's see. Fantasy creatures. I need to get out my D&D monstrous
manual. Yeah, I was about to say, cracks out the 5e.
Yeah.
I suppose you're being kind of flattering to Rocky by making him a dragon, but then it's really funny if he's a very ineffectual dragon. The kind of dragon you'll walk up to and just, like, bat away with a broom, and he's like, ah! He's maybe only, like, the size of a pony, even. Not that big. Not even a big dragon.
His entire reaction.
It's a shame you guys are giving Rocky so little credit knowing how wild he is. I think he would be dangerous only because he doesn't know how to control himself.
I mean, he is dangerous, and Victor knows it. Victor recognizes it. He's not. He's not going to win. He's not going to win a fist fight with anybody.
Yeah.
But he will fuck up your shit, that's for sure. So he just...
Your broom will be on fire. Then you can whack him with the flaming broom.
That you can do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what else to...
I mean...
I always thought displacer beasts were cool, like the... But can't really think of a character that would, like... That's a D&D thing, though. I don't know, who can turn people into stone with their...
Medusa?
Well, no, I mean, like, which character? Like, there's Medusa, and there's, like, what, cockatrice?
Yeah,
Basilisk?
and they can poison also, but
yeah.
They're, well,
Basilisk,
cockatrices and basilisks are basically the same thing, as weird as that sounds.
Yeah,
so,
yeah. Gorgons, trolls, a kobold. I guess Rocky could be like a kobold or something, like just like a little impish thing.
Yeah.
Would be
that would work.
Fitting for Rocky.
Well, then he would also be kind of a little dragony thing.
That's true. They're like little dragony rat things.
There you go.
It really
it's like
it's
like a gremlin. It's a gremlin-sized dragon. That would fit Rocky.
Yeah.
Well,
He would just run around. He kind of looked like Mushu in a sense. If you think about it.
Yeah, pretty much. I don't know what other little critters, little fae folk.
Goblins?
Huh?
Goblins?
Boggles, goblins, hobgoblins. Your
What's a
assortment
step
of goblin
up from a kobold?
varieties.
What's a
What's a
kobold,
step
but
up
don't
from
mess with it. It's crazy.
There's gnolls.
Gnolls, yeah. Gnolls are like... I was thinking of them as like hyenas, I guess.
Yeah.
Like hyena guys.
That'd be
Or jackals or something, yeah.
Yeah, no, I like that about D&D because they're
Well, something that's like that berserks. What is like what has like a berserk phase and like is otherwise a cool customer sort of character or creature that would fit Freckle, I think. But I can't think of like a critter that matches that. Ferret. Ferret. Is that a fantasy creature? I thought.
a hobbit.
A ferret with wings. There we go.
That's what I was just thinking.
A ferret with a a ferret with a unicorn horn.
Oh no! Now you're just creating new children's toys. Every single time I go to a store and I see a plushie, it's a monkey with the unicorn horn or a kitty cat with the. I even saw a panda. I was like, oh, what's going on? What's up with just animals with unicorn horns?
It's actually a parasite.
Oh, okay. A parasite.
Yeah, it's a growth. They all have a kind of a. It's not actually a worm, guys. It's kind of just a tightly wound tapeworm emerging from their brain. Very calcified.
I looked over at the chat and Holly the Wolf. I literally feel that spirit right now.
It's a parasitic.
A shoulder Dargon, and then you're like, I can't spell. That's literally that's amazing. I believe in you, though.
It is a parasitic cone snail adhered to their skull, currently sucking out their brain. That's why they have that vacant look in their eyes.
Did you say snail? Shan.
Yeah.
A
parasitic cone snail. Yeah, you know cone snails. Those highly toxic snails that you do not mess with because you will die.
But they're also just could be any shell on the beach.
Yep. Don't mess with that.
The literal most poisonous things on the planet.
Yeah, you'll be dead in minutes.
Yeah. And excruciatingly, but also fast death. But not fast enough.
Yeah.
Holly the Wolf says, I don't know if it's been asked, but what superhero names would they have? I think their superhero names would probably line up with their warrior cat names. Like, Rocky would just be like Loudmouth, and Mordecai would be Glocktail.
It's like the snake from Rango. He just whips his tail around and there's a gun in it.
Yes. What did you say, Kaz? What did you say?
I said, okay, but he looked cool, though. He looked really
He
cool.
would,
couldn't
yeah, he
tell-
did in the drawing. It's like, that's a cool cat. He's got a clock for a tail.
Like, you can't tell me that if you were to look at that snake and he were to ring you around, Rosie, and then, like, point the gun.
Oh, the snake!
Barrel eye.
Yeah, oh, that snake's very cool.
And
No,
he told you that your time was up, I would tell him, yeah, and I've been counting.
Yeah, everybody be thirsting for that snake.
Yeah, even I'm no stranger. That snake was pretty cool. I'd let him shoot me.
Which snake are we talking about here?
Rattlesnake
from
Jake
Rango.
from Rango. The snake which was just like, yo, that's the coolest snake. That might be one of the coolest animated characters of all time. There's like Rattlesnake Jake. There's like Frax from Osmosis Jones. You know.
Things you are not supposed to be attracted to, but
That's basically
Top 10 on YouTube. Things we're not supposed to be attracted to.
Top 10 anime boyfriendos. Number 1, Rattlesnake Jake.
Number 2, Rattlesnake Jake. Number 3, also Rattlesnake
Jake.
And then number 10, you would have never expected it, Rattlesnake Jake. Number 15. Also, hold on. Now we gotta point out another elephant in the chat. We got a trash can in the chat. It says, hell yeah.
Yep, that trash can's
I'm
been
looking
here.
at you, trash can.
That trash can's
That
been
trash
here for
can.
every stream for quite a while.
That trash can made my day. Just showing up. Hell yeah.
you found the right
Shout out to
place.
that trash can.
Robert McMurray, Rattlesnake Jake was Chad. Rattlesnake Jake is the best Danger Noodle. Rattlesnake Jake, played by Bill Nye, also Davy Jones.
Wait, Rattlesnake... Wait, oh. When you said Bill Nye,
I
I was thinking the
I
science
highly
guy!
doubt. I highly doubt he was played by
Rattlesnake Jake, the science guy!
Oh my god, Rattlesnake Jake, I didn't tell
Bill
us
Nye,
that.
the science guy, up because this thing, bang! The science of guns today, kids! I'll give you a personal demonstration.
Infinite Guy asks, so what are we currently talking about? I just joined the chat.
We're talking
know.
about the
Long
relative
story.
hotness of a cowboy snake. A
Yeah,
snake desperado.
if you have not seen Rango, you should, because it's really off kilter and weird and fucking hilarious. And
Wait, hold up. Freaking Rooney Crowd gave me an idea. They said Rattlesnake Jake can slither up Mike Lockbear, and I said, you know what? If there was a snake in my boot and it was Rattlesnake Jake, I'd let him stay there. I'd let him keep it.
you can just live here. That's fine.
You can stay there.
This is
If I
fine.
get robbed, I know who's gonna save me. I just pull off my boot and
I'd
then
be
I
like,
point it
hey
at somebody.
honey, you want some sweet tea?
I'll just pour my
I'll
tea in
go
the
make
boot.
some.
I'm just looking at that trash.
Drowning
that
in
trash
sweet
can.
tea, I suppose there are worse ways to go.
Yeah. You could be dying from someone that's not a snake.
No, I'm offering him sweet tea. I'm not saying I'll go in the sweet tea. So let me just look from a distance. Thank you.
I just want to call.
How to be hot without having a body for it. It's like, Rattlesnake Jake is not physically attractive. Unless you're into that kind of thing. But sometimes it's
mentally
just
attractive.
the charisma. Yeah.
He's mentally attracted.
Some
He's
brave
mentally
souls out there will find that physically attractive. I personally want at least some arms. But
Arms
want
are a
at
bonus.
least some arms, yeah.
Or
Nah,
wait,
it's just the fact that he's just the perfect bad guy.
He's pretty perfect, yeah.
And pretty. That is true. He is pretty.
He's the design is legit gorgeous, yes. It's like, that sure is one damn fine snake. Like, the character design, like, wow.
Mm-hmm. And then they gave him such a sweet voice.
Fable,
Mm-hmm.
do you need to tell us something, or?
Oh, everybody already knows I'm a degenerate. Is this not news to people? Are you new here?
You're trying to get into the weird side of the furry chart, aren't you? Again.
Trying. You mean I failed? I am.
No,
I was slightly disappointed. So I appeared on the furry network chart, the furry Twitter network chart. Apparently, there was my name hovering beside a few people I know, and I was kind of surprised to see myself there because I'm pretty sure I'm a lot less. I'm not one of the better known folks in the community. I don't think so, at least. I don't think I've come to most people's minds first, at least. So I was kind of surprised to see myself there. But I was like, oh, sweet. Somebody thought of me and put me on the chart. And then I was like, oh, I'm in the safe for work category. I need to try harder.
No.
Shit. Where's the weird category? I want the what the fuck, man category. I want to be there.
Really, what you want is just a category that's just called Fable. And everybody else,
yeah, probably.
You do not speak of it.
I get to be my own color. Everybody else is like in proximity to me. Because that's what's really important. There's the important data to me.
Alright, we better get some other questions or this list's gonna keep getting longer.
Oh yeah, we do have quite a few already from this chat alone, not to mention the long as hell list from previous streams.
Okay, go for it.
Joe Dudit asks, how do you feel about lip sync in animation? Do you like it to perfectly match the dialogue, or do you settle for vague mouth shapes that may not line up with what is said?
It depends on the nature of the shot. Sometimes you want just kind of a general mouth shape because it's, you know, what's being said is too fast and it's too phonetic to be terribly strict, and maybe you're doing like a big enough expression that it won't read if you hit every word in the exactly prescribed way. So oftentimes mouth shapes don't actually firmly match what's written down, at least. They more match what is heard in a space of time. So sometimes as an animator, that bit of audio that occurs in like the space of 2 frames might have its own variations in it. You're playing it back and hearing it so often. So you're basically just kind of going, what are the core shapes that can be drawn in such a way that it efficiently communicates the words being said? You always have to abbreviate a little bit, because if you over animate it, it can look odd. It can look really unnatural, and it draws attention to itself in a way that you isn't particularly good. Like, think an example of animations that really stretch the definition of how far you can take that would be a lot of Bluth's work, actually, because there's so much mouth movement. And I actually, unlike some folks, like, I actually really like that. I kind of like the over-exaggerated expressions that he has, like the over-enunciation. But there's also, like, there's, like, a balance that you find with that kind of thing in your work. So you could just do that, just, like, open mouth, closed mouth, like, lip flat kind of thing. And I think, you know, that's a time saver, but I feel like you're kind of limiting your acting by doing that. But I always like to have mouth shapes where the expression is about or more important than, like, the actual shape of the mouth. So, but yeah, it just has to read, basically. Whatever's clear. Do you follow the rule of thirds or the golden ratio? You mean composition rules? Those are, like, just ways of thinking about composition.
Yeah.
Golden ratio.
I don't know. And no artist like sits there and measures out like. You just have like a sense of like good proportions and good composition. Like, yeah, I don't know any artists who actually sit down and like work out what the actual golden ratio would be for like.
I've seen some people do it.
If you are a particular kind of artist, you might.
Yeah.
Maybe if you're Mordecai, pretending to be an artist, you do that. But
if you're like Mondrian, yeah. If you're if you're the kind of artist,
it's more descriptive than prescriptive. It's like you you don't like you kind of eyeball it and figure out like what arrangement here is appealing, and then like you might have someone kind of. I think actually the golden ratio is like this in a way, this ad hoc thing. Like okay, we tend to proportion things these way to make them aesthetic looking. What is this? I don't think there's like you can reverse it, I guess, and build things around that, and certainly like architects and things do that, but when you're doing like fine art, like painting and drawing characters and stuff, you're really just like you're relying on your sense of like what appealing proportions or compositions are. I'll just answer for myself and say that's me personally. I don't know anybody who ever like we actually like make fun of it quite a bit, that whole like golden ratio thing where people are like, you know, drawing the spiral on top of a picture or painting or something and pretending like someone really thought about like the exact numbers here.
I've actually
had so confused with the spiral thing.
I've had people in calls, Tracy, absolutely like talking, you know, glowing remarks about your art or whatever, and specifically pulling up any random panel, and they're like, look at all the thought she puts into this. It matches, you know, rule of thirds and symmetry, and there's perfect alignment and spacing, and even in the brickwork in the back going down. And I'm kind of watching this knowing now in the background just like,
that's your sense of you don't sit there and like measure it out though. Like I don't take the pixel ruler and like work out like exactly what you know, the 1 to 1.3 something ratio is like between any of that stuff. It's just like as an artist you develop a sense of that, or maybe we all just kind of have an innate sense of it, and as an artist you are more in tune to that, and so you apply it but almost subconsciously. You can like arrange things on a canvas and see like, okay, I need to nudge this up this way because that would just look better. You can't really put a finger on why necessarily, except like, you know, there's some math to it that's appealing to the human brain or whatever. But yeah, it's like or what looks natural to us in a way, and not like unnatural repetitive patterns and things like that. So like natural variation, natural looking variation, natural looking arrangement, natural proportions. I don't know where I'm going with this. I'm being awfully snobby, aren't I?
No. It's kind of the opposite of it. It's like these compositional ideas are not rules. They're actually just observations about what people often tend to like and appreciate.
Yeah.
One of those things, like the golden ratio, actually has some relationship to how natural things are structured. So who knows why we find that appealing, but
I mean we take a lot of stuff that so like the character designs of a lot of like Disney characters and stuff have very baby-like proportions. Like you might notice that like they've got a big cranium relative to the rest of their body. They've got a big forehead, round forehead, like little cheeks, big eyes. Nobody designing those characters was thinking, I'm gonna make this look like this, like have a photo of a baby next to them and be like, I'm gonna make it look like this baby. What they're actually doing is just feeling out like how to make this cute, and the stuff that happens to read to cute as humans is babies.
It's also a bit of a cultural thing, because a lot of times artists are building on the work of prior artists. They're like, I like the work of that person, so experiment with that.
There's definitely a lot of like influences from other places come in, but like
what I've been sorry,
go ahead.
And I was just pointing out that that's what I've been doing as of late. You guys remember I was talking about how I was into Black Water. I like how loose and sketchy their stuff looks, so I want to try to interpret that with my idea. Like, I want to see how I would do if I were to try a loose, sketchy look with not so detailed colors, but it's still eye-catching. Like, looking stream. I'm sorry, I got like meatloaf and veggies in my mouth.
Man, I miss meatloaf.
My mom makes the best meatloaf. Not just personal opinion, but it's the right one. But if you look in streaming chat, I did a little drawing with my Animal Crossing character in Eugene. And I like that. I like it being messy, and I like it to where, like, there's not too much detail going on, but it's still eye-catching.
Yeah, it's got energy to the... Yeah, I mean, but Right. So, yeah, you'll see something you like and kind of like integrate it into your art style. But I think like the mathematical side of it for most fine artists is not something where they don't start there and then build something around that. Generally, you might, as an observer, make the observation that they are making use of these types of proportions to make something look good, but it's not like it's not like they. I don't know. I'm having a hard time phrasing anything in a way that makes sense, but what I was trying to say is like it's not prescriptive, it's descriptive. You kind of like notice it after the fact. You don't build around it generally as a fine artist. This is probably very different for sculpture, maybe for like definitely for architecture and things like that. They do use that going in, but
So the person who asked the question mentioned it was drilled into them in 3D modeling school. So.
Okay.
Yeah. These rules are not rules like in the way of traditional rules. This is not like a math problem, even though that's kind of a math problem. Art's not a math problem. Art is a subjective experience, a means of communication, a language form,
it's a little
the rules bend frequently.
Yeah, it's a little I don't know. You might ruffle some feathers among artists who suggest that there's like a formula or any particular formula for like how to make this the right way or something like, or there's like a formula for making something pretty or something. It's like it's so many different variables and so much of it is really just intuitive. It's not there's not really like it's less of a science than I don't know, maybe it's a soft science, you might say. It's
more of a social science.
A social science, yes.
I don't know, I always get really suspicious of the people who are like...
Or as they say, it's an art, not a science. There we go. It's not science, it's art.
I always find it interesting because I find like fine artists have a different interpretation of that phrase than scientists do.
Oh.
Maybe it's just the philosophy kids I knew would really call it. But yeah, no, I like... it's definitely a good explanation of how
the layman's version of science. Basically, it's something that like science doesn't actually have like firm edges as people think of it, because part of the point is the fuzzy edges are where you expand.
Right, yeah.
And art, similarly, the fuzzy edges are where you expand. So that's one reason why there is no such thing as a hard rule, because then there would be no expansion. You'd be frozen within a certain set. And people just don't work that way, so...
Yeah.
I mean, basically, it's safe to say that everyone has their own way of drawing things. Some people follow it by the book, and some people kind of, like... I remember I watched a movie, where there was a family in the kitchen. And one, I think it was her granddaughter or somebody asked their mom, or asked the old lady how they cook so good. And she's like, that's because I cook from the heart. And she mentions that it's called soul food because you put your soul into it. And I was like, hey, yo, that's what's up. And basically, you don't follow everything by the book. Some people do, and they learn their ways from it, and some people don't. Yeah. And that's why like there's self-taught artists who just teach themselves how to go along. And then there's artists who go to a school who learn everything they need to know. They all have different ways of doing it, whether it's from the book or just on their own and figuring things out through experience. Or
a lot of times it's a combination of those things. It's almost never like strictly one or the other. But you do book learning and you do learning from other artists and you learn on your own. And yeah, it's just a lot of different ways to learn and a lot of different ways to approach something. There's no formula for like correct looking art or something. It's I mean, it's just subjective.
Yeah. That's basically it. Everyone just has their own ways of learning.
Shadow Reaper asked, so where did Rocky learn to read? Did he go to school or was he a dropout? He quotes poetry like a master. You once said he's a voracious reader. Is he a regular fixture at the library?
Yeah, he likes to read. He'll read anything he gets his hands on, pretty much regardless of subject matter. And a lot of times he'll read things that I think are outside of his ability to quite comprehend, but he runs it through his own filter and gleans some weird meaning from it. but yeah, I mean, he'd read anything from like pamphlets to instruction manuals to like nonfiction, like or fiction or sheet music, whatever the hell he could. Like that was his way of keeping himself distracted while he was kind of transient and just kind of moving around from place to place. And he is someone who generally needs company and people to talk to, and I think that would probably have been a struggle for him. So reading was like his kind of his refuge there, and so he read a lot of stuff. Didn't quite understand a lot of it, I think, but also understand some of it in his own way. And he's just kind of a artist at heart, and so it just kind of runs through his art filter, and he just comes up with some kind of quixotic interpretation of everything. Yeah. So he reads a lot. He did not graduate high school. He it really something that wouldn't have been all that uncommon in the 20s, honestly, for people to not graduate high school at all and not go to college. Although it was becoming much more popular to go to college at the time, especially for women. Yeah, not everybody did that, and in much higher percentages than like most kids these days graduate high school, but or get a GED at least. But yeah, he did not, and he didn't go to college. He doesn't really have formal education in anything really. So yeah, he's winging it.
Boy, is he winging it.
Yeah.
The boy is the definition of winging it.
Maple Paint Tube asks, question for anyone. If you could steal an outfit for any character's wardrobe to wear yourself, what would you pick?
Any character? Like
character, it's a singer for me.
Yeah.
I don't know. I have no fashion sense whatsoever.
I'd steal Mordecai's. I could use a few fancy suits.
Are we talking Lackadaisy characters? I thought like you meant any character anywhere, like any
the
fiction.
The question didn't specify, but I'm going with Mordecai anyways.
Oh, okay. Yeah, like fitted suit would be nice, like Seraphine's or Mordecai's or something.
Hell
but,
yeah.
I don't have any fitted clothes. I just have like my shaggy looking half pajamas, half. I mean, everybody kind of wears pajamas now during pandemic, but
my fashion choices feel so validated now. Yay!
Now I'm in style. I didn't even have to do anything.
My whole lifestyle is in style. I hate it.
Yeah.
No, I don't want other people to live this way. I like talking to other people and having them not live the same way I do.
Yeah, I know. I didn't put any effort into like establishing a style or developing a style. Style just found me. And
I don't know. I go to the gay thrift shops and I'm like, what looks good? And I walk out looking like a fucking disaster. Style.
Yeah, I like to say my style is clothes freely given to me by my boss.
Okay. Yeah, I so infrequently even buy clothes. Most of the stuff I wear I've had since I was like in high school or some shit. It's just, or junior high even. Like I've got some old T-shirts and things that go back quite a ways.
I thankfully threw away all that crap because I was like, well, someone like me eventually has to throw out their old wardrobe, if you know what I mean. It's like, no, I cannot wear this.
Yeah.
It's like, this is not me. This is not my choice. This is going away. And the other reason is that I don't fit it anymore. I have gotten wider as a human being.
Yeah, that's been my problem with fitted suits. Brogan asks, I'm in Ireland, which is a little bit away from America, so would I be able to order physical copies, or would it be only digital copies?
Yeah, you can order physical copies. I can why don't you, are you on the Discord, or do you use Discord at all? The Lackadaisy Discord server. I can send you a DM or something and So we can discuss later. I would have to calculate what shipping would be to where you are, because it's just different from country to country when you're mailing things overseas. So that would be the only complicating factor, and just and then I could create a Patreon tier specifically for that shipping cost, and if you wanted to do that, so you could get the hardcover books in a drawing if you wanted.
Just remember what I brought up to you about the rolls thing.
Yeah.
The rules?
No, I was just joshing Tracy. There was a thing with the patron roles and Discord rewards and stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I broke Discord one time.
It's okay. You didn't know.
No one told me.
What happened?
Like, so Newt has a specific role that's auto-created for users when they accept the terms and agreements, or once they've read the rules, basically, and they opt into using the server. It auto-creates a role for them, but I can, in Patreon, I have access to assign roles to people, and I accidentally assigned that role to, I don't remember, 1 or 2 of the patron tiers. Because I was just like going through and clicking all the roles because it was like the higher tiers. I'm like, oh, they should have all the access to everything on the Discord. And turns out that if you manually assign that role, that is auto-created or auto-assigned, then it just breaks everything.
Yeah, basically the way it works is with so for folks who don't have a Patreon, you can use Patreon and Discord and link them together, and based on what tier you subscribe to someone's Patreon, if they have Discord linked up, you can get a specific role based on your pledge amount. And we use that in the Lackadaisy Discord, so you get access to more and more channels, like for specific things based on what role you are, or based on what pledge tier you are. But when Tracy linked the base role that everyone is supposed to have with a tier, it said, okay, everyone who doesn't have that tier shouldn't have that role. So it started booting everyone.
Sorry.
Except for the person that was given...
It's such a, yeah, I'm really sorry about that. It's like such a little, it's just like a drop-down box. You assign the role to the pledge, or to the pledge tier in Patreon. And it's just so easy to do that, but then also destroy everything by doing that. So I
remember that day, and it was like the bot is removing the role, and I don't know why.
It took us a while to figure that out, and yeah, my apologies for creating such a nightmare.
No worries.
You are all good.
Brogan, the person who asked the questions, that he was going to join the Discord, so I'll get his name and I'll let you know.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, you can DM me and or I'll DM you, and we can figure that out if you are interested in having the hardcover books.
And then you get to be part of a nice community that has all this lovely artwork and stuff.
Yeah, the Discord is a very nice bunch of people.
Yeah, and in fact, you can see some of the lovely artwork that that they've been making on my Twitter.
Oh God!
I think I'm on my 4th one at this point.
Has Mike been responding?
He's in the middle of signing,
he's doing
but
signing.
I'm sure he at some point maybe he's checked his phone and been like, "What?"
I don't know. You have to try really hard to disconcert Mike.
Oh no, I'm not gonna disconcert Mike. I think he'd be delighted. That's why I'm tagging him.
Okay, all right.
He'd be like, "Sweet, it's a Vocaloid Rocky. That gives me ideas."
Oh God, who thinks we can get him to sing a song?
Oh.
One of the Vocaloid songs.
Oh boy.
If he pops on, we can ask. Just get Mike in a Hatsune Miku wig. How about that? Kofi Cat is already teal. It would work. It would actually work.
The colors line up.
The day they do. Hey, Engrave.
Hey.
Dragon Animation says he should sing World Is Mine. That's usually the go-to. Okay, I will take your word for it, because I know nothing of that fandom.
Yeah, I know a few specific
Same.
I don't know.
I mean, I recognize the
Vegas,
character, but
yeah.
I don't
All
know
I know
anything
is
about
that
it otherwise.
Hatsune Miku invented Minecraft. That's about it.
Oh,
I mean, I know a little more than that. But...
I did
she
see
has
that,
in
like
Minecraft. She wrote Harry
yeah,
Potter.
the only
Yeah.
She...
and the
and Ender's Game.
What the hell was that? The Domino's guy, like talking about, or the Domino's app or something. Like what? Why? What?
Oh yeah, there was like a Domino's app where you could like. You didn't order pizza with Hatsune Miku. They just had like some sort of like, you could turn a pizza box into a virtual stage.
You could have her
Hatsune
dance
Miku.
on your pizza for some reason, like.
And it was really
I
weird
don't know.
to see like the was CEO or something of Domino's Pizza like talking about Hatsune Miku, and it's just like an anime culture. It's like what?
I know, it's like this 50-year-old guy who looks like he knows nothing of anime at all.
Well, I was told
about
he
it.
lives
It's
in
like...
Japan, so I'm sure he's actually aware.
Oh, okay, I guess he does.
I have a feel
then,
like
but...
a guy like this probably doesn't care.
Right.
He doesn't seem like the kind of guy who would actually give a damn. This wasn't his idea. This was marketing's
Except he
idea.
he does look excited in the video, but I don't know if it's like maybe he's just a good actor. I don't know. It's just
sure
a
is
weird,
excited about
weird
selling
combination.
pizza. Yeah,
a weird combination of
put him up
things.
to
Like I don't. Yeah, maybe I don't.
Maybe he's just an older man who's just really into Hatsune Miku. You never know.
That could be the case too.
I mean, there are many, so
Yeah.
they absolutely do exist.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just they usually don't admit it as in their career as CEO.
It's on his resume.
Leafy Lavender asks, "Hello, how is everyone doing?"
All
Pretty
right.
good. Pretty good.
How are you?
Hanging in there.
The username is Brogan9798.
I'll copy it into our streaming chat, so
Okay.
Tracy can have it for after.
Thank you.
What on earth? Why did this?
I'm back.
Hey.
Was she good?
Yeah, I haven't heard a peep from her. She didn't come in here even.
Okay.
Was she? She must have just been flopping.
Yeah, she must have just been taking her out.
Yeah.
Alright, well, if that's the case, then she seems to be calm enough. I'm going to try and do around the deliveries, so I'm going to let her out, do her business, and then I'm going to head to my grocery store.
Okay.
Yeah, so just text me or DM me if she got anything with her.
Okay.
Holly just came back and was asking if somebody died. Basically, we were talking about Hatsune Rocky, so it's the next worst thing.
It's also tragic.
Simon asks, "Can y'all give me advice on how to draw hair?"
Best option to give you, buddy, and this will just probably come from almost anybody, even if you're tired of hearing it. References and practice. I tell you, if you have references of what hairstyle you're trying to draw, it will be a lot better than trying to base it off of faded memory, because your memory is going to work like a dream, barely. So you're going to have to try to look at it to the best of your abilities. If you're trying to look at wiggly hair, type in wiggly hair, and then wow, would you look at that? There's a bunch of wiggly hair, and you can practice it and try to put it into a style. It's super helpful, especially to those who are trying to figure out how to draw stuff. You know, coming from a person who can't draw a freaking car, you know, myself and I. This is a lonely battle that I'm trying to face myself, and I can't draw a car for the life of me, even when I'm looking at it. So, like, references. Always use references. It's super helpful.
That is good advice. References are extremely helpful, and largely how you learn to draw things. By looking at them. Who would have guessed? But yeah, no, it's definitely...
Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No.
Alright. No, I was really just going to reiterate what you were saying. Look for pictures of things, look at other people's, look at hair, and then you can kind of stylize things from there, but like get a sense of what it is you're trying to draw, like the volume of it and the general shape of it. things like that, and then you can like simplify it down to a cartoon style or something. But you can also look at what other artists do and look for things that are like appealing to you, and like what is this artist's approach to hair, and how do they light it, and things like that. Kind of experiment and play around with it. It's just gonna take. There's really no shortcut or like easy answer or solution. There's no like phrase of words I can put together that are going to solve the hair drawing for you. You just gotta like try it and do it and draw it repeatedly.
Yeah. Even people who did the animation, like I know that definitely Alice in Wonderland was a good example of using a real life person as a reference of what they were trying to do. That's why a lot of people have like models when they do like.
Yeah, Disney would always like. Yeah, I don't know if people know, but yeah, they film actors doing the things the characters are doing, and they will basically draw. I don't think they quite rotoscope most of the time, the actors anyway, but they definitely use reference very closely. So yeah, you'll see like live footage of people like running around like Belle and doing Belle actions, and then like the animators use that as very specific reference for animating any given scene. So, yep, that happens a lot. And then there are cases where they do rotoscope things, like we've talked about before, like Cruella de Vil's car and stuff. It's a traced model. So,
also just another thing, you're gonna probably get tired of hearing it. Practice. Like that's super true. Even though people are like, I always get so angry whenever I see people make a Twitter post saying, "Stop telling young artists that they need practice. We're tired of hearing it." I'm like, well, I'm sorry, honey.
No, it's the truth. It's the truth. Yeah,
it's the truth. Like,
there is no.
Yeah, like, you're not gonna sit down, pull out your hand, and it's going to be the hand of Leonardo da Vinci's freaking kissed palm of gracefulness. You're not going to get it done simply because you just draw. Yeah, you're going to get it done, but not in your vision. Your vision is your vision, but it's not going to happen. Go ahead.
It's also the same reason why like anybody who's like really good at this craft, they've been in it for like decades. Like those like people who are just like monsters of the medium, they've been at it for decades. Think how much practice they have. It's not that you have to sit there and like do 10 pieces a day to be any good, but it does mean that you have to have a regular routine of doing the work. Otherwise, your efforts aren't going to show. So,
right. There is no secret shortcut or secret formula or trick to learning except to go at it and learn. And you got to do it the hard way, the way that takes time and effort. You can't there's no simple solution.
Like
people get frustrated. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, if you were to draw a picture of like a car that you're looking at, and then you look at your drawing at the car, you can definitely tell there are some differences, and you're going to wonder why. And there's always going to be the saying that's been popular for like years now that practice makes perfect. Even though it's not going to be 100% perfect, it does take practice for you to get there. Yep. Like, for the longest time, when I was starting up my comic and stuff, Tracy has been hearing me talk about how I wanted to get to the style of how 50s does it. Like, where do I get into the 50s? How do I get into the 50s? What can I do to make my art like it's from like the 50s era and stuff? And a lot of times it's just looking at what you're trying to get there. Like I look at posters from the 50s, I look at how they do their coloring style, their comics and such like that for me to get the idea. So like if you're trying to figure out how to draw a car, you're going to want to look at cars and a bunch of them, try to practice drawing out the shapes and the studies and how they work and all that other stuff. It takes practice, is long story short for that one. You're not going to get there simply because you just draw one day and then it doesn't look great. So then you look at your book all angry and then, bam, now it's good. It's not going to work.
No. Like anything, getting good at it, it means honing your skills. No one just leaps in and is like a master at 12 years old or something. Or I mean, not that there's any age, like you can start at any age. But there's going to be a curve, and your curve may be different from other people's, so don't worry about that either. Like your learning curve is going to be different shapes probably than the person next to you. So
you can only work as bad as you only got yourself to work with. So figure out what the best way to do that is. All right, go ahead, Cass. Sorry.
The thing that makes it all the more better is that when you finally get there, you understand what it took for you to get there. So now you understand why it takes practice. So now all that time wasn't spent, just kind of sitting there looking silly. But now it's like, oh, wow, look at all that I did. And then you can look past all of your old works. And the fun thing that I like to do sometimes is redrawing old started taking medication and really choked. Redrawing old pictures just to see how far you've gotten.
Yep, that's a good idea. It's a nice way to measure your progress, and kind of get a definitive picture of like how far you've come.
What just happened? I just saw 2 people's messages get retracted.
I mean, just sometimes they do that.
Oh.
Like
That's
they
just people
delete their own
messages.
Yeah.
They delete their own thing. Maybe we answered what they were asking or something. I don't know.
I just saw both of their things get deleted, so I got worried. Something happened. I was like, oh, that happened at the same time.
No, I think it's a different message of somebody if the moderators remove it. So if it's a message retracted, it's I don't know. Trash Can asks, if the Lackadaisy characters were ice cream flavors, what would it be?
Trash Can, my beloved.
I don't know, crime flavored ice cream.
Crime.
What's the
Crime
spicy?
and bootleg liquor flavored ice cream.
Yeah, especially the Virgil, just all the bootleg liquor flavors into one ice cream.
Moonshine, and then there's like the formaldehyde flavored kind.
Sunset rose cocktail.
Yeah, that. It sounds a lot better than it tastes.
I promise.
Yeah.
So
Rum raisin, yeah, Rocky Road, yeah, we've joked about Rocky Road being a rocky flavor before. I mean, it's got all kinds of shit in it, so all kinds of sugary shit, so definitely rocky flavor.
Probably.
Like that, like, obnoxious cotton candy flavored ice cream or something.
Zib can be like whiskey and cigarette ash.
Yeah. Tobacco flavored ice cream.
Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose the difficult thing in making an alcoholic ice cream is the fundamental part of the alcohol in the ice cream.
I guess it's usually flavor. I don't know. You know more about ice cream making than I do.
He does? You do?
I mean, I used to run a Cold Stone, yes.
I don't know what that means.
It's
Cold
ice
Stone
cream?
Creamery.
Yeah.
It's ice cream place, yeah.
Oh.
Was it in a mall, or do they have any that aren't in a mall, or was it?
No,
it was a standalone.
It was a standalone
shop?
store.
Cool,
Yeah.
cool.
Had a whole street corner to ourselves.
Nice.
Good times.
Mitzi wine flavored ice cream, yeah. I'd try wine flavored ice cream. I'd be interested in what that tasted like. I mean, you do put like, you can put like champagne on, like, it's like a dessert, champagne and ice cream, like, or gelato, I guess.
I guess it could be like a beer float or something. There's a lot of things you could do with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
Oh, the chat got confused. They thought you owned Cold Stone.
No, God, Jesus.
That would be very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, guess
Yeah.
like a
Be
chat
like
guest
our-
star, the CEO of Cold Stone.
It would have to be like our ice cream supplier, like our ice cream dealer or something. And it was like,
I mean, you know I would if
You would, yeah.
still there.
I mean, can you mail ice cream? Probably not.
After
You can try.
we're sure you would do something Lackadaisy themed after you do the Cold Stone Hatsune Miku app. Important question.
Wine sorbet, yeah.
Important
Yeah, wine
question.
and milk doesn't go very well together, does it?
No.
Sorry, Nox, go ahead.
Important question from
Like-
Sifyor Steak. Is Victor gonna be okay?
I mean, I wouldn't
No,
say
next
Victor's
question.
generally Victor's not okay. even if he fully recovers from his injury, I wouldn't say he's necessarily okay. He's just, yeah.
Robert Murray asks, are there any hairless cats in Lackadaisy?
Not at the moment. I mean, like, I guess I could draw a character who was, like, I guess, a corollary to someone who was just bald or something and make it a hairless cat, or, I don't know. Be fun to do. But I tend not to, like, treat the fur as, like, some kind of comment on their, like hair color or something. So it might be a little out of place to do something like that.
I mean, Freckle couldn't possibly be anything other than.
I mean, if I wanted a character who was like covered in tattoos or something, yeah, I'd like make it a hairless cat. Yeah, that'd be fun. But
I'll be right back. Not to be TMI, but one of my cats just threw up right next to me. So I'm gonna go take care
that
of
was me this morning. I had like
you threw up next to Newt.
Oh god.
Yes, my cats had thrown up like in
God,
multiple
Tracy,
spots.
there's tuna everywhere.
Yeah, sorry.
Tracy.
Got really into that tuna casserole, so have fun.
There's a $5 super chat from Max Dawson.
Hey, thank you.
Sounds like a lot of hoopla to make over simple liquor, huh? Ha ha ha! Wrong. Preparing the Lackadaisy.
Yeah. Sounds like a lot of hoopla over a simple liqueur, huh? Wrong. Preparing the Lackadaisy.
Confused Butterfly, we do not know why you are always late, but welcome.
We hope you find out that answer soon.
What software is this? This is what?
This is After Effects.
Premiere? After Effects.
This is After Effects. Yep.
Yeah. I almost reflexively put in Toon Boom Harmony, and I was like,
No,
wait.
No.
This is
Not
a
too bad.
different project today. This is we've got comic dubs to release. 3 of them, in fact.
Simon asks, have y'all seen the Warpath game trailer?
What?
I have not.
Me neither.
Oh man, these gummies taste like absolute stank. They suck. I don't like them.
Gummies?
And de-stress, relax gummies.
Oh.
They aren't disgusting, but they certainly aren't good.
That sounds like an ad. They aren't disgusting, but they surely aren't good.
Yeah. So get yourself some de-stress, relax, stress balls gummies. They aren't disgusting, but they surely aren't delicious. Is that a good advertisement? Can I get paid now?
Review. It's not.
Put
it's
out
not
the
entirely
feelers.
disgusting.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, we'll see. Rachel asks, how long are your work hours?
Long. We're always. Are we ever not working? I mean,
I was
sleeping
up until
maybe,
3
but we don't
a.m.
sleep a
last
lot.
night, and I woke up around 8. It was not on purpose.
Yeah, we're kind of like we're trying not to be every day is work day, but right now every day is work day, kind of. So.
I was very sick on Friday, so usually my off day it's been either Sunday or Saturday, but I decided to start streaming on Sundays, so now my off day is Saturday. And but on Friday I had one of those horrible stomach bugs where I had a bad feel in my tummy. I was very gassy, and believe me, I wished I could have farted. It was bad.
Oh.
Yeah, I was, it hurt a lot, and it wasn't until later, after some Pepto-Bismol, that any sort of relief happened. I won't go into detail. But yeah, and then the rest of the day was just that on and off, and being very tired, and I was like, maybe I could get some work done. Yeah, surely, like, I got through all that. Now I can just get on in like an hour. And Ash was like, you should not go on the computer. You need to lie down. And I was like, but I have things to do. And she's like, no. I will already use some Gatorade.
I see you.
No.
I see you, Toon.
Mm-hmm.
Toon out there saying, also, catnip is a good stress relief, Kaz. I see you.
Catnip?
I'm going to go eat some catnip. The only downside is I do not have a cat to provide me any catnip.
Well, let's just go on Warriors Cats Roblox. We can go find some catnip.
We can find you some
Oh,
catnip.
God.
We can also
we're going on Roblox?
We
Is
can
that what
also
you're saying?
introduce you to the syrup cult.
Oh my god. I don't know what I missed. I still have to teach Tracy how to, like, I was going to join the last time, but I go to bed like around like mid-11. because that's when I get sleepy because, fixed sleep schedule is a thing. And you guys started playing it around midnight, and I was like, oh, shoot, why?
Because
sorry
we
about
hate
that.
ourselves.
It was just, we were waiting for Mel. And,
yeah.
And
Well, no, we don't
ourselves,
hate ourselves. We were having a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I never got a chance to teach Tracy how to get the moan.
I'm sorry. Oh, I did figure it out. Because I was able to buy the bigger cat. And then, who was it who bought a bow tie as well? Was that Sam, I think?
Mm-hmm.
It was funny. Anyway, yeah.
So we've had a time of it. If anybody is aware of the Warriors Cats Ultimate Warriors Cats Roblox RP server, they have made a very impressive little world with like very nice cat animations and a very, very detailed cat creator. We've been making Lackadaisy characters inside of it. And every so often just popping onto that spot. It's a very rare instance, but every so often it does happen where like us and some of the crew and sometimes some other folks jump on board and basically don the character skins and then just go hog wild. It's happened twice now.
Yep.
Yeah. It has been very, very fun. Props to all the kids who are playing along with the weird, strange kitty who keeps insisting on worshipping the syrup gods and launching off of cliffs.
Hey there, Sagan.
Hey, Sagan.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you? Hey, everyone in chat. This is Sagan, a lead animator on a project.
Hello. I'm animating some Wick right now.
Ooh.
Wick keys. Wikis.
Excellent. We were just talking about our very silly Roblox playtime.
I have never played Roblox or Minecraft or anything that kids are
I
playing.
had not either until very recently. And I've only done like the warrior cats thing, but yeah, it's pretty cute.
What happens? I have no idea.
Nothing really. Like you have to like make your own fun there because it's just like a role play server. So
Yeah,
you design your cat model. Like it's got a pretty sophisticated character creator thing, and then you just run around in the world and attempt to role play. But it's a little bit limited in like what you could do. But
That's fun.
From what I've seen from the screenshots, what happens is Mel confuses random children.
Basically. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Mel was having fun with that. Yes. There are people there who definitely are, eager to roleplay anything, and so if you just like suggest some random weird shit, like join my death cult and we worship, we're gonna throw these kittens off a cliff into the water. Won't you join us? They're like, yeah.
They're such good sports.
Tracy, is this how you play kids games with kids?
Is it not how you do?
I mean, is there another way?
Anybody
That's gonna be
questioning
part
us?
of someone's. It's gonna be part of someone's memories when they grow up. They're gonna remember
when four Rockies threw them off a cliff, screaming about syrup and saying sacrifice. Well, Victor looks down.
maybe it'll inspire someone to make a webcomic, and then the circle will be complete, and I can die happy.
What will be funny is when those kids realize many years down the line that this actually was you guys.
I really hope they find out.
Yeah.
Yeah, by that time there will be like a full-on Lackadaisy cartoon, and the comic will be finished, and they'll be like, what? Wait a minute.
I mean, these might be 16-year-olds, so.
Yeah,
take a little longer than that.
Yeah. Yeah, they almost certainly have never heard of Lackadaisy. They never hear of it. So
maybe. Well, if any of them are paying attention to some of the Warriors Cats maps animators, then they might have heard.
That's
of it
true. They might have
yeah.
some. That's true. That they might have some like related interests and have stumbled upon it that way. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you like drama cats? Then, boy, have I got a thing for you.
Drama cats. Funanori asks, when will the comic continue?
Probably once the film is finished. I am just overwhelmed with stuff to do right now, including fulfilling Kickstarter rewards, art book, poster art. I've got to do book plates. I've got to sign a bunch of stuff, and then I've got to do some background art. And yeah, so it's going to be a little while. I did not mean to put the comic aside, but it just kind of worked out that way that we had to have a lot of stuff going on in order to make this film happen, in order to fund it, and just keeping up with that and making all the things we promised for backers in order to get the funding has created like a lot of work for me. So just trying to keep up with that, and Patreon boards and things like that has been just consuming every minute of my every day of the week. So yeah, I'm anxious to get back to the comic. It's just going to be and the film project is a finite thing. The film will be finished, and then so that will open up my time again to that. It's just a lot to do, and not enough hours in the day, and not enough hands on deck because we have to work with a tight budget. So.
I'm sure we can find you a few minion style work for.
No,
I can't.
No, we are not going to not pay them. We pay people.
I've been.
Sorry, I meant that as a joke.
I appreciate it. No, people have actually come and been like, I want to work on this project with you. I'll work for free, and we're like, thank you. That's extremely generous and kind of you, and really appreciate your interest. But we can't have free. No, that's not the right way to do things. We are
also,
people who have.
If you're free,
as artists.
Your time is not our time. Your
right.
time is
as
your
artists
time,
are
so
right. As artists ourselves, we have almost all of us been in situations where we have been taken advantage of, been told we were being paid an exposure, being underpaid, way underpaid, or asked a price that was fair based on calculated from relative hourly wages. And even if you're underpaying yourself, thinking like, well, I'll just pay myself like $10 an hour, not $20 an hour, and give them an estimate on that basis, and they still come back at you and go, well, that's way too expensive. Like, I can just, I can get art for free from somebody, as someone who's been in that situation where art is not valued as work, even though it is work, it's hard work. We don't want to treat other artists that way, and we don't want to set a precedent for treating other artists that way and expecting free things from people. We don't want to create a environment or contribute to the environment that already exists in which artists are undervalued, and so we have to pay people. That is our approach. We are not. Yeah, we can't do free.
I'm taking a little bit
labor.
Of stretch, so the screen ain't gonna be doing much of anything interesting, but I gotta make sure my wrists are healthy. So.
Yeah, sorry. And I didn't mean to. I'm not
I can answer questions.
I know you were just I know you were just saying an off the cuff joke thing.
Well,
but
I know.
Just to clarify why we are, we put our foot down about no, we're not taking free, no free, no.
I mean, you already know that I agree with that statement.
Right.
So I'm not worried.
Yeah.
Well,
I've also been in
situations where after literally put me in a box, and I'm just like,
you pay for your work. Shit ain't done for free.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, no, you can go ahead.
Did you have a different question, or?
No, I was just gonna say while Fable is doing their stretch or whatever, the super simple question that we have received a million times before.
Why are they cats?
But I don't know if the answer. No, but that is also a frequent one that we have received. We've not gotten that one yet. But how long will the animated film be?
Right now, 22 minutes. I mean, I might have just added a little bit of time to the prologue though, because I wanted the opening to have enough. But 23 minutes doesn't always mean all of that would be in that first chunk section.
Right. There's credits and everything like that, and we can't quite tell how long it's going to be once we add the credits in and everything like that.
Of raw animation, there is approximately 22 minutes of it. Well, let's put it that way. With everything else, titles and credits and it would definitely count to more minutes. That will, considering how long our Patreon thank you might be, it might add an entire 5 minutes onto it just alone. But yeah, we'll try to make it interesting looking at least. But that's not going to be nearly as labor intensive. Oh, sorry, Sega. Go ahead.
Are we allowed to talk about what's going on with the prologue?
Sure.
Yeah,
that's not under any.
What's happening with the prologue? Because I forget what we decided on doing. Is it boarded or?
Yep, it's boarded.
Yeah,
it's been boarded for a while. It's been in animatic for a while.
We had but we had new recordings of the violin player who we thought matched Rocky really well. That needed to be like worked in and sorted out, and we need to like basically cut the music. Like we got hours of recording from him, and lots of like video reference of him playing as well, so we can get the violin animation right with his finger placement and stuff. I mean, he'll be far away for a lot of it, so it won't be like, you know, it doesn't have to be super precise like throughout the whole prologue or something, but right. But we didn't want to be like, okay, animators, you figure out how to play the violin and get it right.
So when we were recording his audio, we simultaneously got 2 sources of video. But the thing is that he's very talented violinist. He is not the savviest tech guy. Like, he had to borrow equipment from people for recording, and so his from his angle video camera recording that I had, the one that he took, that's coming from his cell phone, which is nice quality, but he can only record 15 minutes at a time, and there were 2 hours of recorded material. So because of that, but also because of so you had to like manually stitch this together and figure out what segments of the audio recordings that he provided match up to those segments. But then there's another piece of video.
Sequences. Get ready for MP3 sequences.
Yeah. So there's another video, which was a video that I took off of Discord as he was recording off of his webcam, and it wasn't the most high quality webcam, and Discord is kind of funky with its frame rate when you are you have a video up. It's usually not that noticeable, but it is very noticeable when you take the video and you're trying to sync it to another video of something that was recorded at the same time, and you suddenly notice there's like frame drops here and there. It becomes very, very apparent. So now you have to like sync that up at the same time as that segment has to sync up to the audio, but the audio that you have as part of the segment isn't going to layer perfectly on top because Discord chews up sound in really weird ways. It will occasionally drop little bits of information, and again, it's not that obvious when you are listening in on Discord unless someone's having a bad day. But when you put it into a video editor, you compare it to like the smoothly recording video off of a phone, it's noticeable. So you have to take the video and sync it to that, but relatively sync it. And also the audio simply does not sync it at all. So you're taking, because it has its own audio. So one could think, oh, gotta just listen to the audio and then figure out where it syncs. But it's not gonna, because its audio is also picking up like the sounds of the room. So it sounds subtly different. So you can't just like look at the waveforms and compare them thusly. So it takes a lot of back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth in order to stitch together hours of footage into something workable as one reference sequence. This took me about 2 weeks. Now, I was a bit, I had gotten my second shot, and I had gotten a roommate around that time. Like, that Steph is like a relatively new roommate while I was like piecing some of this stuff together, and so I had a lot of distractions, but it did take me in raw 2 weeks to get through all of what I needed to do, even though like it was like about maybe, as far as raw work goes, about maybe 3 or 4 days. But 3 or 4 days that has to be negotiated around. Also, I have to give notes. Also, there are meetings. Also, I have to do other aspects of this job. So you have to like keep going back to it and tediously piecing it together until you just can't deal with that anymore. And then you have to jump onto something else so that your brain can like get back to it without going, no, don't make me. Now, it's very lovely fiddle, but yeah.
Would you like to see an interesting video?
No. Yes. Yes, please.
Wow.
Yes, show us it.
Denied.
Yeah.
You guys have ruined Tracy for us now.
I'm joking.
Literally just today, I'm like, hey Tracy. Tracy's like, yeah, fuck. I'm like, Jesus Christ, Tracy. Tracy's like, I swear now. But look in streaming chat, please.
Oh, it's a snail.
So I was like, who's
Well,
Rockabilly
okay.
Billy?
That's pretty funny.
Oh,
that's
it's
Kaz.
She's into rockabilly very hard lately.
Yeah.
We went and we watched Grease, actually. We were like, yeah, we haven't seen Grease. Yeah.
I discovered what my problem was. Me getting into the 50s as of late, realized that the main thing that I've been missing out on were the greasers. And I was like, why am I not getting into the 50s like I thought I was getting into? And it's because I didn't draw the bad boys that I need to get into. When I was like scrolling through YouTube, I saw there was this documentary called like a Rockabilly documentary or something. And I was like, oh, what is this? So I click onto it. It's almost everything that I was like going absolutely cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Yeah, and I was like, whoa, that's what I like. So I just started getting invested, and then I realized what I didn't create it, and I was like, whoa, I didn't create any Greaser characters. I'm like, well, now it's time for me to get invested into Greaser characters, and that's why my name's called Rockabilly Baby, because I'm just now, after for so long, getting into it.
The origin story of Rockabilly Kaz.
Yeah. And now I have a Greaser cat named Snitch, and I love him.
Yeah, he's got a
very
cool look.
cute.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like him.
That was cool.
Yeah,
I got to see those Rockabilly I don't know what they're like, these Japanese dancers, or like they just hang out in this park in Tokyo, and they've been doing this for like decades, but they dress up in greaser clothes and they just have like 50s music going and they just dance in the park, and they come out there like every weekend. And even when I went to Japan, they were still doing their thing. Because Rockabilly was big in Japan too for some reason.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That explains why like the bad boy archetype in anime and stuff always kind of come off as that greaser
leather
quality.
jacket guy. Yeah. Kinda Kaneda sort of like bad boy rebel character. James Dean sort of like without a cause.
I just think they're neat. Like, just redraw me holding on to Greaser character. I just think they're neat. I gotta redraw that. Like, that's why as of late I've been drawing my character with like a little puff on their head, because I can't remember the singer, but I know that she has that hairstyle and she looks awesome and she's black. And I was like, oh hey, I'm black. I want it. That's cool. And and then I drew my character. I was all like in a pink Letterman's jacket. And I was like, here I go again, redesigning my Zona based off of what I'm enjoying right now. So I gotta get that drawn, and it's gonna be great. Also, you're gonna like this one. Snitch and his gang is called the Alley Cats. They're called the Alley Cats with a Z at the end.
Of course.
Of course. Yeah.
Sorry.
The Alley Cats. He thinks it's the baddest name out there, but then he's also.
Beatnik characters? That was a 50s thing too.
Oh,
what's that?
You need a beatnik.
I'm learning so many things. What does that mean?
Oh my god.
Well, they were also rebellious in their own way. They were very anti-capitalist, and they were like, like a beat poet, like with the bongo drums and the sunglasses and the beret. That's that sort of like image.
Just watch Goofy movie too for research.
Yeah, Goofy. Yeah, like the character is just like randomly a beatnik in that movie. I don't know.
I know. We were watching that in the server, and we're like, why is there a beatnik in the cafe? And it's like, this whole like, feel has evolved by now, writers. It's like that's not quite what the campus poet cool guy is like anymore.
Could you guys show me an example? Also, Fable, did you see the slug?
No. Where is it?
Look at him. He's in streaming chat.
Okay. Oh, look at that. Oh! He got swallowed by the water. Sorry.
The noise that they made was just, it always, wow.
That's amazing.
But I also got to design freaking Snitch's buddies. Like, just the idiots that he hangs around.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's 5:20, and we were thinking of wrapping the stream at 6. I think I could comfortably go to 7 myself, but then we definitely have to stop, so. Because we're like, no, you know, we can't go beyond a certain time anymore. It makes us exhausted the next day. But I love streaming, though. Like, I really love chatting with everybody. It's so hard to tear myself away.
It's understandable. I mean, you could just make more frequent streams.
No, I can't. It gets to be a little bit much because every time I stream, there's like, you know, I don't want Tracy to like feel like she has to pop in. But also, yeah, you know, it can end up turning into an 8-hour stream if I'm not careful too. Then, so. But also sometimes it's just, you know, not a day that's appropriate for streaming. Like I'm too busy having meetings. Yeah.
It's understandable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Tracy's posting some beatniks for you and in our
Discord.
Yeah.
It came from there was like a 50s movement of like artsy type of people who were very just like anti-establishment and
I'll have
like
to see.
Beat poetry was very like avant-garde and everything. And,
because if that's the case, then I might know what to do with the person who's kind of against my character Chimney. Her name was actually she's a black cat. Her name, I do believe her name, I can't remember her name, was Betty or Bella, but I know it started with a B. But she owns like her own establishment due to Chimney trying to play his own little game on her, but she was able to like you know, win over him. So now he's trying to figure out a way to take her down. But I guess she could probably be like part of that area. I guess that would make sense as to what her area is.
Yeah, because they would do like beat poetry in cafes and things. They'd have like a stage, and you know the beat poets would go up there and perform, and yeah, that would make sense.
But it also doubles as a singing place because it's like she sings there, so I could definitely double up.
Yeah, go look into that. That's can be another avenue for you. You might find that interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. The to continue answering my question from earlier, so yeah, Sagan. So yeah, I finished stitching together all the video reference, and then once I had that stitched together in a way that was like workable, then I could take that footage / audio and slide it into the animatic and like figure out what segments out of like that whole long recording like work together in ways that like really stitch into the poem naturally. And I've done a couple of versions of that, and I've sent it to M to get some feedback, and M gave me some notes today, and then later this week we're going to be going over it as I have V3 finished, and then there can be another round of notes between me and them, and yeah, so we're just trying to get it to like a point at which it's like, okay, this feels now sonically good, and there's maybe a couple of I want like a panel that goes out for certain things, and I think there's like one board I have to fix in the whole thing because the mood of it changed a bit. But once that's done, it should be ready to go out, and my goal is to have it done before the end of the month so that I can hand it out, because I need to give out background assignments. And for a lot of the prologue, the backgrounds need to come first before the animation, because there's no firm design for them in the same way that where we had those 3D sets, because the backgrounds for the prologue are going to be far, far more abstracted. So the 3D models are not really used. So basically we need to have layout done before folks can get started. But that should be fun. So it's basically gonna get finished over the next handful of months we have, and it's basically because of things like that have me going like, I want to be done by August.
Right.
Yeah.
There's a look for the abstract backgrounds?
Yeah, we had Wing do some passes, and we came up with a look that has this kind of like
dreamy Art Deco.
Yeah, with a lot of texture to it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I poked my head into the channel at some point and
Yeah.
saw some of it, but that was a while ago, so I was just wondering, like, yeah, if it's what else is happening.
Yeah, the
'Cause it
epilogue
looked
was
cool.
yeah. Thank you. Oh well, thanks to Wing really. But yeah, the I wanted to get the epilogue done first, as far as like the edit and the handout for that, because that will actually be like much more extensive animation. The prologue is just Rocky. Occasionally there's like rippling water, but that will probably be like an After Effects thing. And then there's like a boat goes by. But the boat is already like a 3D model that exists, so it'll just be like that model run through some funky filters again, and you know, you just there's some different approaches. The prologue will go, it's not nearly as intensive as the rest of the short, gleefully so. The most annoying thing about it is going to be the fact that Rocky is using his violin.
Yeah,
But, that's why we have reference footage, because it's like no, just look at what this guy's doing. Basically, how do you even board for that? you can't.
No, that's an animator job.
Yeah,
for sure.
yeah. So the board is going to be basically blocking and expression, and because of that, I can keep Rocky very, very loose. So, but it's just going to be him, only Rocky.
Chat's asking what kind of boat.
A steamboat.
Yeah, like a paddle.
What kind of
paddle
boat? Yeah.
That's what they're
Paddle
asking.
boat.
Steamboat was one of their options. So.
Casino boat.
Yeah.
Maybe. Stretching out my arms.
We have another important question that it's good Cass is here for.
Yeah.
Shadow Reaper asks, please tell me why Mordecai is hot.
I don't know.
Because he's what's the word that I'm looking for? Like, other than he's just adorable, what makes me like Mordecai is that he's book smart stupid. He knows how to handle things in his own way, but guarantee you try to have him handle things the most simplest way, his brain breaks and he goes complete stupid and just starts freaking out over it. Like, if I were to have a whole organized set of pencils and I tilted one, his brain would tilt and he would tilt. And he would start yelling. And I'm just staring at him like this is entertainment. He's definitely the type of person. He's definitely the type of person that you just like anything you do gets a reaction. And it's like you feel like that 6-year-old that likes to get a reaction out of your annoyed older sibling. So now you're just looking at Mordecai, which is just the living embodiment of annoyed older person, and you're like, hey, check out what I can do. And then you just sit at an acute angle and he'll ask, why are you doing that? And you don't answer. He'd be the type of person that will probably scold me for the rest of my life because I told him my giraffe joke. He would wonder what the point of the joke is.
He wouldn't get it. He would not get it at all. He'd still be wondering what the giraffe joke was or why it was.
Anytime I'd show up, he would point to say, you there. I'm like, oh, me? He's like, that giraffe joke. Don't think I've forgotten about it. He will answer the question. And I will sit there like,
still be staring at you after all this time waiting for the answer to the giraffe joke.
You know what?
Where's the punchline? Where is it?
If he were to be... Knowing that he would just be staring at me is just enough that I need. I will not answer the question if it was he says it.
So he's easy to
even
pull.
if it means him, he will probably stare at me. I guess if that's the word. I do it with love. This is a healthy relationship, you guys. Leave me alone, okay?
Yeah.
It's completely healthy. I look at it like that. Like if he can't answer the joke, then it just means he stares at me, and I get to stare at him, and he looks at me, and I look at him. So it's not the fact that he's just hot. He's funny, and Toon can agree. Me and Toon both share him. Toon.
There's a few people in chat fighting over right now. Him right now too. So.
I mean, they can get it out. Both me and Toon already agreed to sharing them.
Brogan says, what site is the Backstage blog on? Is like a Tumblr blog or is it on Patreon? Oh god, there's so many blogs. So there's the Patreon, the Backstage blog is just the Patreon posts, which are often exclusive to patrons. Most of them are patron only things, so patrons get to see things early, and sometimes they see things that I don't post publicly at all. There's like a whole set of wallpapers and some tutorials and things that I've never posted publicly. It's just for patrons. And
worth it for the wallpapers alone.
If a $1 patronage means you get access to all the wallpapers. In fact, I should re-up the post so people can more easily find it. You can just scroll through my post history, and all that stuff is, 90% of that stuff is patrons only. So, there is another blog that is for the film. That's the Little Daisy Cafe blog. That's our film dev blog. That's anyone can look at that.
Yeah, it's totally free.
Yeah, Knox, if you wouldn't mind. Oh, he already posted. Okay, thank you,
If
Knox,
you donate to the Patreon, you can get
Knox and I
access
both did
to
it simultaneously.
If you donate to the Patreon, you can get access to certain things before anybody else will see them.
I share glimpses from the animation stuff and from Act 3 that I don't share publicly as well. So comic stuff and animation stuff, patrons get extra.
A lot of very beautiful artwork.
Isn't it just beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah.
What was I about to ask? Oh, yeah. No, I don't.
Oh, sorry. There's also the Kickstarter updates if you're a Kickstarter backer. And there is a Tumblr blog that's public, though. You can follow me on Tumblr. I post things there. I answer questions sometimes. And yeah.
What size are wallpapers, for like computer? I've always wanted to make one for myself.
Oh, I make them in all different sizes and different aspect ratios. That's the tricky thing about making wallpapers is, like, if you have a piece of art, you then have to, like, kind of make it also fit a bunch of different screen resolution sizes, like, 1440p, 1080p, and then, like, a few others. And then I also size them for iPhone and other, like, and like, Android phone and other, just any kind of, like, smartphone resolution so that you can use them as phone backgrounds, too. So... if you go to my, like, you're a patron, you can just download one of my sets and see what sizes I use. Like, I include in each wallpaper download, there's like a whole set of images at different sizes.
I am a Patreon.
Yeah, you can download any of those, look at the image sizes that I use, and if you want to use that as like a guide to make wallpapers, go ahead. For like the pixel dimensions.
Doing a little 8-pound weight, moving it every way I can in my hands. Just warm up my muscles. I get stiff way too easily. And this is also because I was up late, so late last night. But
wait, Knox. Knox, I just saw in chat you said hi, Win. Did your message show up before mine for you?
Yes.
Oh, mine showed up before you for me.
Huh, weird. Are you on live chat or top chat?
Oh shoot, I'm on top chat. Why am I on top chat?
Because YouTube is dumb.
If I go to live chat, it swaps us. Okay. I see how it is.
It always does that automatically and frustrates the hell out of me because I'm like, why on earth would I want top chat? That only makes sense.
Yeah, I don't know why
it defaults 1,000 people in here.
Yeah.
Most streams aren't that.
It's YouTube.
Yeah. I mean, God forbid it is like that one day. It's like the best worst case scenario is like getting as big as Honeycast. I said the best worst case scenario or the worst best case scenario. That would definitely take more than 2 mods to handle.
I'm right there.
Yeah, that was like an experience.
Oh yeah, that's fun. They have a good time.
Oh.
All right. Any more questions?
Oh yeah, of course. A confused butterfly earlier said, this isn't a question, but they said, it made me happy to hear you liked how I drew Morty Marmoset.
Yeah, that was funny. Have this be my lasting contribution to Lackadaisy. Morty Marmoset. I feel like it works because it draws attention to the paradox, but in the one space where that makes sense, the slight fourth wall break of animation. It's like it was a newspaper comic, or it was a cartoon that was adapted from a newspaper comic. Very obscure. Painfully obscure, really.
I posted something about it on Tumblr, actually.
Yeah?
Yeah, someone asked a question about, like, what other characters were anthropomorphized. And
Yeah.
so I used it as an excuse to, like, slip that drawing in there.
I should make a better version of that.
Here, I'll post the
link to it in the stream chat?
Yeah.
Yeah, I drew it on the last stream, so if you want to see the live, hey, this is Morty Marmoset, then check out the stream that's before this stream, and you'll get a load.
What's the genesis of Marty Marmoset?
We were punchy.
Because it kind of reminds me of like all the sort of Woody Woodpecker-esque characters that just got like made to cash in on the
exactly
Lackadaisy knockoff character.
Everything was kind of a knockoff of Felix the Cat, like Oswald the Rabbit and Mickey Mouse, and they're all kind of like the same.
It's basically the irony of what is Felix the Cat in the Lackadaisy universe, because he is
Felix the guy.
Felix the guy.
Felix the guy.
So then what's the Felix the Cat equivalent? What does the funny cartoon animal look like in the Lackadaisy universe? And honestly, that's a legitimate question. So I was just like, the Marmoset joke actually makes some in-universe sense there. As a place where it doesn't draw attention to itself, because Morty Marmoset still feels like something that might have existed in our world too, in a fictional way. So
I am going to have to duck out, but
okay. Thank you so much for helping out.
Thanks again.
No problem. Always happy to do it as always, and
I appreciate it. Yeah.
Always enjoy hanging out with you guys. So.
Yeah, likewise. All right. Have a good night, and
everybody,
hopefully we'll see you for the next stream. Bye.
Yeah, bye.
Move my wrists.
And of course, we do have the ongoing questions here. Let me just there we go. All right, let's see.
Rotations.
I'll be right back. Gotta locate some felines.
Uh-oh.
Actual
let's see. Ooh,
felines.
This would be a fun question for Fable. Tracy as well when she gets back, but this will be a fun question for Fable to start.
Okay.
What was your first impression when you saw how successful the Kickstarter was?
Oh, thank God.
Fair enough.
It wasn't until it ticked over 150,000 that I felt like I could breathe. I was like, we could do this at 85, but please, for the love of God, don't let it stop there. It would have been a radically shorter short. And much simplified. It would have taken much of the script getting axed, and we had written things into the script to kind of prepare for that, and we even had to, it had to be loosely written, because until we had the funding, we didn't know how far we could go.
Right.
So.
Do you know what would have been axed?
Quite likely much of Act 3 and much of Act 4. Maybe a few characters. Yeah.
Like Act 2 could have just cut from the turn to Act 4, bypassing Act 3 entirely.
Yeah. There was a version that we had considered. Yeah.
That's where all the orange juice is.
Yeah, there's a lot of OJ in Act 3.
All the good pulp is in Act 3.
Yeah, all the pulp. That's true.
The chewy pulp. Yes, but
the best kind of orange juice.
It's full of
chunks.
Which part is the
no
pith?
pulp free in this house.
Is the pith of the orange then like epilogue? It's like, chew on this, it's bitter, but also kind of good.
It's Rocky's poetry.
Well, you can candy it.
You can't. When it's candy, then it's the prologue. The prologue is definitely going to be some candy. The rinds are... The rinds are candy if you like IPAs.
Oh, God. Ew.
Yeah.
Every couple months, I'll be at the liquor store or something, just restocking, and I'll see some indiscriminately bright and colorful new IPA or whatever, and I'm like, every single one has sucked before this.
Maybe this one will be different. The abuse pattern. Good lord. It's just like, it just sounds appealing, and then you have it, and you're like, oh, they lied to me again. There is a... IPAs I can stomach are... The only IPAs I can stomach are the ones that I get from the brewery real close by to me. Like, they actually...
Oh my
the
God,
descriptions...
those were fantastic.
Yeah, the descriptions of their IPAs are accurate. That's
were
the
those
difference.
IPAs?
Yeah, they had IPAs. They'll taste kind of grapefruity, basically. That's how you make an appealing IPA. Make it grapefruit flavored. Like, actually, basically grapefruit beer. And then it's fine. But the more pithy you get, because that's what it tastes like to me. IPAs all taste like I just scraped my teeth across the inside of an orange rind, and I don't like it. Yeah. It's like, that's not the part I like. But yeah. The epilogue is candy if you like IPAs. It's basically Mordecai's scene. There's a lot of him. There is I shit you not, like 20-second long shot of just him. Which might not sound a lot might not sound a lot to you guys, but that's a pretty long shot. That's a lot to animate. So I had to break that one down, like, wow, for Star Rapture, who's the one who got assigned that shot, at least currently. Assuming something doesn't happen, they're like, oh crap, I can't do this. So.
Yeah, 20 seconds is a long time.
Yeah. So you do what you can to make that easy.
I don't know how long this Act 4 one is. I know my Act 1 was 10 seconds, but I think this one might be longer. I don't know if it's 20 seconds long, though.
It is, this is the single longest shot in the entire short. Well, I mean, the curtains at the open might be technically the longest shot, but nothing's happening.
Yeah, character shot. On screen. And you can hold, you can hold characterless backgrounds for as long as you need to.
Yeah.
One question that I will hear later, due to no sound, can you make a translated version? The intellect of the conversations and the words is teaching me a whole lot real fast.
Oh.
Okay, so if I can read into this, I'm going to assume they mean closed captioned because of deafness?
I would love to do that, and I think that would be something that might not take that much to do, because it would have its own kind of challenge, and I might have to have somebody do it on our behalf, basically, because I don't have the time. And it would be cool if we could get it released at the same time as its premiere, so that nobody's left out on the premiere itself. And that would also make it a lot easier for anybody who was trying to do captions that were not English. So I would definitely like to do that. Just right now, I haven't set aside the specific time, but I would like to maybe find somebody to do it. Maybe one of our
Right.
compositors or editors can do it. Actually, Clint might even be able to do it. He's got some experience with this. It's a kind of a tangential experience, but it's related. He had to, he was transcribing for, he was a transcriber for some television shows, so.
Ooh.
Yeah. That was interesting. You know, like, the job itself was kind of interesting, but he had to watch a lot of reality TV.
Yeah.
And he was like, I don't like reality TV. He would watch the raw footage of reality TV, what was going on. So he had to watch the raw footage because the editors and the directors would use all the transcribed footage as a way to kind of keyword search for certain moments that they captured on video. Because they had just so much video that they're like, oh, you know, how do we just quickly find what we want? Because that's what they're really doing. They're just looking for what they want and then stitching that together. That's what people mean when, like, reality TV is constructed. They are actually looking for, out of all the footage they collected, what fits in to what they need.
Wait, so he was transcribing for the editors?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So before the editors even got the footage, it had transcription with it. Yeah. So, which is a really neat system, but also,
And then don't they just, like, then a lot of it get thrown out because the editors just go in and find what they need, and then, like, the rest of it just gets dunked.
Yep. Yeah. He said that
it's the living.
Yeah. He said it was actually amazing. So he was doing transcription for, it was either Hell's Kitchen or something like that, I forget, but it had, what's his face, who Hamburgers Raw, fucking, what's his name? Gordon Ramsay. Gordon Ramsay. Thank you. So Gordon Ramsay, it turns out on Raw, is a lot nicer, and then also B, the people who are part of the cast are also a lot nicer than what you see on reality TV. Like, they're generally actually helping each other and doing normal human things, but they don't show that. That's not drama. And Clint said that, like, it was actually, the raw footage was actually interesting to watch because they would frequently, like, something would happen in the kitchen and someone was having, like, a real problem or they had a question or whatever, and then someone would come up and, like, help them out.
That's not allowed.
Yeah, no, we can't have that. But that's actually interesting drama to me. It's I like seeing, like, actual human interactions.
Well, isn't that what people like Great British Bake Off for? Because like, people are pretty nice on that show.
Yeah, so
I think
it's
that
like
would be like more of a thing.
Super kind on that one.
Yeah, it's not that Americans are just awful. It's that they're literally editing it out. So no, they're not all awful. Actually, it's very, very constructed. Out of 40 hours of footage, you have to pick about 15 minutes of it. Okay, what are you gonna pick? So, because you're never gonna get the full picture of what it was like to actually, you know, tape all that stuff. You're not gonna actually, like, scrub through 40 hours of footage. Like, the audience would. Well, some super fan might love a 40-hour episode, but I think that's probably an audience of 5 people.
Like, that's an entire season worth of footage in
one episode. Yeah, it's like, well, that would be an interesting YouTube upload. But yeah, so he had to transcribe that stuff, and maybe I can get him to do it because I think that wouldn't be too big of a deal. It would be he would have to put down, like, the time codes and stuff. I would have to look up what is the pipeline for doing that kind of thing, and maybe for that reason I need to find someone who does that kind of thing specifically, because they know the pipeline to make this stuff and can help me out, or I can just pay them to do it.
Right.
Depends what we got at that point in time. But yeah, that's something I gotta research.
Let's see. Ooh, I suppose this one's a bit more subjective. What fruit does Mordecai use in his famous murder pie? For those who don't know, there was a side comic during the holidays, last year prior, where he and Victor were absolutely making pie and not beating someone's head in.
What's it called? Murder pie in the comic?
Yep.
Yes, he said, I have a recipe for murder pie.
It's like you can hear that.
It's a confirmed a fruit pie and not some kind of Sweeney Todd.
No, it's definitely a fruit
Oh,
pie.
boy.
Yeah. And Gray says mortar pie.
Mortar pie.
Chat didn't like that.
Everybody disliked.
What's not to like?
God, is Morty Pie the silly pet name for him now?
Oh, I hate it. No.
Toom, you gotta agree with me. You gotta say no, Toom. You and I are holding his hand. You gotta say no, Toom. It can't be. No, you can't. I know you.
It would make him the most upset. No, Nova, no. No, oh no.
Oh no.
Well, that's it. No.
No, but I know.
That's it. No. Chat is revolting.
Everyone dislikes that. No. Well, everyone agrees.
Tracy's gonna come back and she's gonna be like, "What happened? What did you say?"
It's a no. That's gotta be a no for me too.
Chat seems to be vomiting currently. What happened?
No.
Oh no.
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 You broke it.
The infection has begun.
It's like right now. No, it'll never be that.
No.
Anyone who comes to say that, I don't care who you are, it's going to be a no. And I'm going to ignore every last part of you. It's going to be a no. If you come to me saying I drew Mordecai getting a mortar pie, I'm going to act like you don't exist. No.
You know, if we hadn't just made a big deal of it, and we just like, yeah, I mean that works, then it probably would have had no reaction. But instead, we allowed our visceral knee-jerk to take over.
I mean, the thing is like, I have the ability to just pretend I do not see. I mean, we could just pretend that it doesn't exist now.
I haven't seen the chat, so I don't know what's...
The
chat is going mad.
Yeah.
Let's.
Therefore, it doesn't exist. You're doing a great job starting it now.
Let's see.
Who's gonna tell
Questions
Tracy?
we can ask while Tracy is here.
Who's gonna tell Tracy
I don't know
what
what
we
you're talking
did?
about.
Tell Tracy what?
Mordecai's new pet name.
He has a new pet name? Since when?
Since not now. Moving on. No, go.
It's true. I didn't even know that he had one. That's strange. Well, moving on.
Let's see. That one's for Tracy. That one's for Tracy. Question from Zigzag Jack 12. What is the most beautiful piece of music you've ever heard?
Ooh, there's an album I believe called Divineer by Ludovico Einaudi, which is straight up one of the best pieces of piano composition that I have ever heard, and every time I put it on, it like just takes me somewhere. Also, George Gershwin, also Eric Satie.
I love all of Gershwin.
Oh, Gershwin's so good. The works of Eric Satie are not just wonderful to listen to, they are a trip to play. Playing that music, that was one of my favorite compositions to play was anything by Eric Satie. It was challenging, required a lot of interpretation and a personal concept of the beat that was extremely subjective. And it was just much more interesting to play than classical music, which is like, here are the notes, play this way.
Right.
The notation in Eric Satie's work specifies in French instead of Italian what feeling to have while you're playing this. And that's his direction. Ooh. Yeah. Which I love Because I'm like, oh, hot damn, it's up to me. Rain's off, let's go. Now, I mean, I just said that in a much more excited, chipper way than his music is. It is extremely somber. It has a real kind of up and down and like watery quality. I don't know how quite to describe it, but it's kind of like to play it is almost to play the beach, but not in the fun, beach games way, but in the way that a New England beach is cold and unfriendly. But has there's something to it that gives it its warmth, and the warmth is something more natural than a bunch of sunscreen and, tan lines and bathing suits and the Beach Boys.
Yeah.
There's a piece by Frankie Trombauer about the same time period as Gershwin called Singin' the Blues. And I don't know if I would classify it as the most beautiful piece I've ever heard. That might go to Tchaikovsky's Scheherazade. As far as just compositionally speaking. But Frankie's work in Singin' the Blues moved me more than most songs do. It was really good. It was really good.
I could get... go ahead. Are you done? Or no, I don't want
to.
Yeah,
that was it.
Yeah, so if I could speak to, like, more modern music, there's certain albums that I love. Like, actually, Ludovico Einaudi is modern. Like, he's a currently existing pianist. He actually made a quarantine album that you can find on Spotify. Yeah, where he recorded everything from his home. It came out in 2020, and it's just, I think it might be, it's not even with, like, amazing grade equipment.
Fair enough.
Yeah, because I think it's just literally his house. So you can, like, hear the sound of it sounds like the sounds of his house. Like you were just sitting on the couch and listening to him play. And while that could be considered like a degraded kind of audio, it gave me a distinct impression instead of like being somewhere. Sorry, Grandma, I'm in the middle of something. I'll call her back. So that, I love my grandma. Please, I'll call her back.
Text her and ask her what's up.
I will in a moment once I've finished my sentence. So, that was really interesting as an auditory experiment. There is also, I really like Year Zero by Nine Inch Nails. It was definitely the mood of the time. And I think there's like a lot of interesting songs. And then in a similar vein, another thing by Trent Reznor, Welcome to Oblivion by How to Destroy Angels, which is just a secondary band that he made with his wife, who is an amazing singer. She has like this kind of interesting dissonant quality to her voice that lends something pretty unique to how she sings and like how that melds with Reznor's particular musical style. I really love that album. Welcome Oblivion is just amazing to me, and it's funny because like I saw a lot of Nine Inch Nails fans like trashing it when it appeared, because like I listened to the album and I just kept listening to it and listening to it and listening to it, and I was like, oh my god, like every time I listen to this there's something new to pull from it. And I was actually for once curious about what is the Nine Inch Nails fan community saying, so I go onto the subreddit and they were hating it. They were hating it largely because of like his wife's voice. They really didn't like it. But meanwhile, I'm like, I never really thought of strong vocals as being part of Reznor's music, but like that, not that he never had like interesting lyrics, but like he's not really a singer kind of a guy. He always kind of has this really raw, raspy tone to his voice, which I really, really like because it adds like a lot of texture to his stuff. But yeah, I mean, he just doesn't sound like a classically trained singer to me. There's just kind of this really raw emotional energy to what he's stating that feels more like an actual guy just like saying interesting poetry. And then, so the filter of his writing through his wife's voice, like, is really intriguing because it's as if he was painting with different colors. It's the same guy doing a painting, but instead of, like, black and red, it's, like, blues and whites. And I just really love how that album, like, explores a variety of emotions. And yeah, Reznor's work is just something that really resonates with me because, I mean, he was, like, a big name in the 90s, but I actually didn't, like, get into his stuff into the aughts. I mean, that was still, like, me in middle school, I guess, but I was a child in the 90s, but his music was definitely popular then, but that was, like, considered his heyday, and then he just kind of, I guess, fell off the map for a lot of people. But the thing is that he got so much better. He's just so much better a composer and a music producer than he was in the 90s. And he, like, does a lot of really experimental stuff, like, experiments with sound a lot. And when I was younger, I didn't quite get it. But then, like, I started recognizing how he was taking those experiments and putting it into, like, slightly more mainstream music. And, like, Welcome Oblivion
now he's
is
won
more
the
mainstream. Yeah.
Now he's won the I think he won the Oscar for best movie soundtrack for Soul.
Oh man. See, there's the thing, guys. It's like, you'd be like, Trent Reznor did the soundtrack to Soul? The guy who did Quake music? It's like, yes, because he's amazing. He's really willing to experiment with, like, different feels. So a guy who's just so known for, like, an industrial sound keeps exploring what that even means, and he's not afraid to integrate not industrial sound into it. He's just like, things that can be music that aren't normally considered music or musical, and doing this with, like, electronic tools. And I love that kind of thing. It takes the world around you and goes, like, what do I love about this sound, and how can I, like, stitch that together with other sounds to make something beautiful? And that's really cool to me. So, like, to me, Trent Reznor is an amazing artist. Now, I haven't heard about anything about him being a shitbag yet. So that's a plus. Maybe it turns out he's a shitbag. I don't know. I hope not. But yeah, I that's one of my favorite albums of all time as well. So, yeah. So I don't get to talk, like, whenever I say I really love Nine Inch Nails, it sounds a little odd, but I'm serious, and here's why. I would love to do a Nine Inch Nails music video one day.
Okay, then do it.
No, I mean, like, officially, like, paid to do it.
Oh.
Yeah. Like, that would be fucking awesome.
Well, I hope that you're able to.
I have no idea. The thing I would love to do one day is, like, I have an idea, if I ever were to produce my own comic into a cartoon, and I would really, 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 really love to see if I couldn't get the soundtrack to that, to, like, what would it take to license that, because that album influenced my writing for that comic so heavily. So to have that, like, exist in cartoon space and not have Trent Reznor's music attached to it would just make me a little sad, unless it turns out he's some sort of mega asshole, in which case. But I'm gonna assume he's not for right now.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything.
Please, Twitter gods, don't make Trent Reznor a hashtag. No, that would make me sad.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't need that.
Let's see. So most of the question. Oh,
hey.
there's Tracy.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was here. I just didn't want to interrupt. So, but I did hear Newt say there were questions for me. So.
Yes, there are questions that would specifically be best with your knowledge of the work. Let's see. Are there? So this is similar to questions we've had a lot in the past, are there any NB or genderqueer characters in the Lackadaisy universe?
I mean, you wouldn't find the same kind of language being used to describe it in the 20s. But yeah, I mean, I'd say Seraphine probably falls into a genderqueer category of some kind. But I don't. Yeah, I'm not sure I should venture into using the vocabulary myself because.
She definitely reads that way to me.
Yeah.
It's like genderqueer is for one like such a broad category, and that it even expands beyond non-binary identity because being gender non-conforming can be like a form of being genderqueer. Anything that like challenges it. At least that's like one definition. Non-binary is more of an identity in of itself. So like it is often considered part of like that spectrum of what it is to be trans, basically, where it's just anything where like what you were told you were at birth is not what you feel and what you experience. So yeah, for some non-binary people, they're non-binary, but they feel like they still relate to that original experience strongly enough to feel like they don't want to necessarily take on the moniker of trans. There's some debate about that one, but there's also plenty of non-binary people who are like, no, absolutely, like, my experience before was not, like, just didn't feel like, you know, what people expected when they looked at you was not actually, like, how you felt or thought about yourself. Those expectations are a little bit different, you know, so to put it in kind of like a context that doesn't involve too much heavy philosophy, at least. But yeah, I could totally see Seraphine is at minimum genderqueer, that's for sure. At minimum, she's gender non-conforming. But as far as how far that goes, like, it's so much of a personal feeling that you would have to kind of start thinking about it in terms of her perspective and like how might she view herself, basically. And some of the way of even thinking about these things is highly dependent on the culture and the time space that you exist in. So because that provides you with certain language to discuss it. Although the feeling might be very similar across the ages, the way to even talk about it would be different. So like what she would say would maybe be a little bit different than what someone like me would say. But yeah.
The parlance at the time didn't contain the nuance, I don't think, of terminology, and so like you would get things like people would call something a drag show, where it may not just be about drag, but also about gender fluidity or things like that, and so you like they would like just kind of like simplify it into such a broad term that it doesn't really describe like exactly what it is, whereas like now like drag is a very specific thing that doesn't necessarily mean trans. It's like it doesn't mean necessarily it's just like it's just
drag nowadays implies that so it's like there's a lot of like shades that people are starting to understand drag through, but like drag just was also kind of considered as something you did on a stage, like to be societally appropriate anyway.
Right. Yeah. So you wouldn't want to like imply someone is performing if they identify as trans. That would be incredibly insulting. And so
that's why some trans folks take issue with that.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. But at the time in the 20s, there really was no like. It was very hard to be out about anything like that. You could exist as like a performer who does a certain type of performance, and so people like who were, maybe didn't understand that or would just like view it as, oh well, this is just a performance, and that may not be what it is really. But that was like the acceptable way to exist in that space, like in a public way. Was to characterize it as like, yes, I'm a performance artist, and so I'm a I'm an actor, I'm a stage artist, whatever. And so it was just, I don't know, different time, different set of vocabulary. It's something we talk about now, and back then, like you would literally risk your life to be, open and out about it. And so a lot of people did.
Outside of that context, people were very touchy about it. So basically, you had to pass a cis, or you risked your life.
Or you had to, and if you were really a trans identity, like your expression of it had to be framed in a certain way that made other people comfortable, basically. Yeah. So you might be just a woman who plays tennis and wears pants, but you it goes further than just that. But you just be like, oh, I'm a tomboy, and that kind of,
and that context has existed for a long time. Like, it's not been until relatively recently that people have been really challenging these ideas, honestly. I mean, it's always been these ideas have been always challenged within those circles, but the rate at which that conversation has spread out to the rest of the wider public has been very, very slow, and you start seeing it being part of more public conversation now. So, like, I don't currently have to fear for my life just for talking about this in public to you guys. At least not here in the United States and California. So, which says a lot, that I even have to qualify it like that. But yeah, so it's not something recently invented, it's just more people are becoming aware of it. There's a long story tradition of stuff like this existing. There's a reason why you see examples of, the fuzzy lines between the two primary genders as it's broadly understood. It exists in every culture, and it's usually just a matter of, like, how much language and space are those things allowed to exist in. But trans people have always existed. Queer people have always existed. It's frequently talked about in texts in explicit terms, not always terms that everybody is willing to interpret a certain way, but also we are looking at it through a modern lens. But there seems to be a through line here. It's hard to believe that people like me only just started existing 20 years ago. Like,
yeah, that's clearly not what the case is. It's just that, the words for it are now there and spoken of in a much more public fashion, a much more like broad fashion.
You can see
have a discussion about it instead of just having a very small community of people who themselves understand but can't really communicate that without risking their careers, risking everything to people at large. So, but yeah, speakeasies and things like that were a place where it was definitely more acceptable for people to be out, and that was a good thing, but it was still like just like compartmentalized to that space, and there was still like this concept of polite society where you just don't talk about that stuff, and if you do, you really are taking big risk.
Yeah, there's actually like I was looking into queer history in the 1920s, and there was a fair number of it was like a popular topic in some news articles of like was like woman discovered who was living as a man and nobody knew,
right?
And they,
and
there were literally
actors,
until their death. Yeah,
I mean, there were like actors and performers and things who were out about it, like Gladys Bentley and stuff. She's like, I'm a man, and that's what, and then she was he. And so it was just like but people viewed it as, oh, this is a performance, whereas it's probably not really what it was. But and there were lots of like lavender weddings and things like that. Like people would they would fit in a way that they could still maneuver through society, and be themselves in as much a capacity as they could. Often it had to be behind like closed doors only, but there were also like the stage was really where you could kind of be, in the open with it. I've said that multiple times now, but that was...
Yeah. But I guess then Seraphine counts the closest towards that, I suppose?
Yeah, I would say probably Seraphine is the closest.
I think Toom explained it the best way possible.
Go ahead.
Toom said... Also, Seraphine is Bella gender non-conforming. She's just a badass that doesn't care about gender stereotypes.
Well, she does care about them. She has to care about them, unfortunately, because she's subject to them. But she's definitely very much like, I'm just going to be whatever I want in whatever capacity I need to be. given the circumstance, and she, you know, it's like you can't just say I'm a girl and then put me in the corner over there where the girls are, and like you can't put baby in a corner. She's gonna be like, no, I'm gonna do what I want.
She doesn't put her. She doesn't. You can't put. You can't put her in the corner.
Yeah,
She puts you in the corner, buddy.
That's true. Yes.
I think somebody explained it like better. Like, she owns pimps. She has her own set of pimps that she sets out to be pimps, and I thought that was pretty good. I was like, yo, that's what Seraphine's like.
It would have been like a situation where she has to be extremely cognizant of gender stereotypes and has to kind of maneuver either with that or around it for her own, as a matter of survival.
I mean, as long as she can still like.
But I would say she probably feels more comfortable in pants than in, you know, wearing a frilly dress. It's definitely more her, you know.
It's not just for practical reasons, I guess.
And it's not just for practical reasons, no.
I'd say Ivy is more like for practical reasons by comparison. Unless yeah. What do you
I think Ivy's a little more like frivolous overall, and just like I'll wear pants because it's now fashionable and cute for girls to be a little bit more tomboyish, and but yeah, also like it just is not practical to wear a dress when you're running around in a field somewhere, you know, picking up liquor and stuff. So
I'm proud of all of them. I'm proud of all of them. At the end of the day, I'm just proud of them all. Every last one of them.
Well, thank you. I guess they're terrible role models overall, but not for those reasons. Just, you know, they're criminals.
A question that was asked while you were away, Tracy, but everyone wanted me to desperately ask you when you get back. What fruit does Mordecai use in his famous or infamous murder pie?
It is actually like a cranberry recipe, so and I had a basis for even like what the recipe was and why it had cranberry in it, because I think there was something called murder pie, and it may have just been like somebody's family recipe or something. I don't know, but that's definitely where I got the idea for it.
And was it just because it's like red and
it's very red? Like cranberries are very it looks very bloody, and it isn't. And the joke in that comic actually is that it was actually just cranberry, but in that case, but it's not like you couldn't on any other given day find them covered in something a bit more less savory than cranberry. Or less sweet.
I'm thinking, I was like cherry, but that wasn't too far off, I guess.
Yeah.
I was thinking like some kind of red fruit.
And then in the ensuing conversation following, the name Mordecai was made.
Oh no.
And they wanted your
Not
thoughts
again.
on that. But
Oh.
That's what we'll call the plush. We'll call it the Mordecai.
Oh no.
God.
Oh no.
It sucks because it's kind of cute.
No. No.
He would resent that so much. He would just.
I resent that so much.
If you could die from the amount of resentment out of his
Oh god, we need to get Sungwon to do the no, don't turn me into a marketable plushie.
Yes.
As Mordecai.
Yes, no, don't turn me into a marketable
Rocky, don't turn me into a marketable plushie. Let's see. Nova wants to know, what was the last straw for Nina that made her kick Rocky out of the house?
I can't tell you that without
Secret
comic spoilers.
Ooh, plot vault.
Secrets.
Okay.
Oh.
She hasn't even told me.
Yeah.
Yeah. One of these days I gotta know.
Yeah. It's
okay, Fable. You
We'll
and I
find out.
It's okay, Fable. Yi and myself and anyone else who's curious.
Oh, damn it.
What? Babe?
Big in the city?
Who the heck did I call babe?
We're the babes.
I don't know when I said anything that resembled babe. Did you guys hear me say anything that sounded close to babe?
Maybe she
No.
heard my name.
I don't think so.
You
Maybe
probably
you
heard me say
No one said your name.
my
I think
mom
you-
thought I said babe.
They might have sounded like babe or something. Like
I think when I said Fable, and
Oh,
my mom
yeah,
maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, your name is now
no.
Babel.
Babel. My mom's ready to come through the computer and beat up whoever I call Babe. She's like, Babe.
She's gonna beat
Who's
up the whole
Babe?
Discord.
She's gonna beat everyone in this call up. I'm sorry, guys. My mom was doubling up as dad today.
I feel like it was appropriate we're talking about Nina.
I have my own Nina in the house.
Alright, let's see.
What were you talking about? Lol. Oh yeah, the secrets. It's okay, everyone inside of the call right now. We can sit with popcorn and wait patiently for the secrets. You know.
Oh, we're just going to sit and stream for the next however long until that part of the book comes
until I
out.
actually get until I actually physically draw that part of the.
Well, here we go, guys.
In 84 years.
Yeah, settle in, cause.
All right, guys. How much? If we can get $10,000, guys, right here, right in this very second.
Let's see. From Holly the Wolf. Oh, more simple one. What does Lackadaisy mean?
So I actually also posted something about this very recently on my Tumblr blog. I might just read that off to you. Oh, someone asked if it was, if the daisies meant lack of innocence, or if that was what the name came from, or something. So the term Lackadaisy comes from a turn of phrase going back to like the 16th century, which was alack the day. And you could see it in Shakespeare's writing, like he uses it multiple times, sometimes in a very serious context and sometimes in a much more comical one. And it was used either as a sort of like wistful sigh or like a kind of melancholy, like an idle melancholy, like alas, like alack the day, or it could be used as like a curse, where kind of like a curse upon a day on which something very tragic happened, like I think when Mercutio dies in Romeo and Juliet or something. That they use the term alack the day to like curse this day upon which this terrible thing happened, and or that sort of thing. And it kind of became Lackaday, which was just kind of an easier thing to say. And then it became Lackadaisy and lackadaisical. So it kind of went from being a phrase to being a adjective. And it means like today, modern use of the word lackadaisical is kind of just like a whimsical, fanciful way of saying lazy. But the actual meaning is much more of like a sort of like just a sorrow or regret, a little bit of like or almost like a nostalgic feeling, a fleeting, sadness. And so yeah, that's what it means.
Welcome to the Lazy Cafe, everyone.
It's kind of just the nostalgia sort of aspect of it. Like all the characters are kind of driven by this like sadness they have in their past, and so it's just kind of and it's also kind of like the whole comic itself is kind of like a love letter to the 20s, even though the 20s were awful in many ways. A little bit of in and of itself, it's like a romanticization of the past, and so yeah, that's kind of.
Oh, Toon said to send it their way because they got a plan for the pie. It has cranberry, but it isn't only cranberry.
Yeah, I'm sure there's probably got to be something else in there, like, I don't know, like ginger or something.
Human remains.
Human remain. Oh, no, that's the secret ingredient. That's what to talk about that.
Oh, God.
But then why did you say it was? It would have never been revealed if you didn't say that was a secret ingredient. Now everyone knows.
Now everyone knows the secret. Oh, spoilers.
Look what you did. Right. No, now someone's gonna go finding a body. Tee.
Merlot, bit of cinnamon, bit of nutmeg, cardamom, allspice, some cloves, maybe a dash of ginger.
Yeah, maybe like almond or vanilla or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
That sounds my undying love.
Damn it! Now I just want to go make a pie.
You need quite a bit of sugar because cranberries.
Yeah, cranberries are they're bitter, very
you
bitter.
You want to sweeten that one way or another.
Like, yeah, even cranberry juice, which is chock full of sugar, it still has that bitter like cranberry taste to it. So.
Yeah, it makes your teeth feel like chalk.
Yeah, nom, nom,
nom. Let's see. Question from earlier. Do you watch your vids on YouTube, or do you watch videos of other YouTubers more often? From Simon Aupaluk?
I mean, we definitely watch like the comic dubs and the anime. We make them, so we have to like watch them as we are making them. And we watch them to make sure there's no errors or anything, and then it looks like what we, so you like watch it over and over again to make sure it's correct. But the streams, I don't usually go back and watch. Occasionally I do if like the voice actors have been in and something funny happened, I'll go back and like listen to that. But yeah, I don't watch our streams. I watch other YouTube.
I don't want to
YouTubers.
listen to my voice. I'll watch
I hate
videos,
right.
but I don't watch my own voice.
Yeah, likewise. Like I said, if the voice actors have been in, or somebody else has been in and said something interesting and funny, or like we had a guest for like a shop talk or something, then I will listen to it. But I generally hate the sound of my own voice, so I don't listen to like the long streams that we do.
Yeah. It does. It's less. It's kind of not interesting for me to listen to myself because I know what I'm going to say.
Yeah.
So.
I know what I'm gonna say, and
it's because I'm
like,
thinking it as soon as I hear someone else talk. So.
Yeah. I just end up cringing a lot. Like, oh man, I should have worded that more clearly, or I was rambling, or I was not making any sense there, or I was, being snobby about some topic or something, and I just feel bad.
Yeah,
talk, but.
Yeah. I mean, I'm trying to do my best while I speak, but I'm like, I don't want to overthink this. I feel like if I listen back to myself too much, I'm gonna start overthinking it. And I'm happy to do that when it's like an artistic performance more specifically. Then I'll sit there and I'll over-evaluate myself all I want. But that's because I'm working towards some kind of goal. When it comes to like a personal goal of how do I want to be as, personally, that's a lot vaguer and that causes a lot of anxiety. So I'm just doing the best I can, man. I'm just doing the best I can. So
I'll just be more self-conscious the next stream if I
I'm enjoying I Am Very Tired with just peanut butter.
Yeah. It is 6:27, guys, just to let you know our hard cap is at 7.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right, let's see.
All right, well, if we have any more questions, we should try to speed through.
A question that would be really good to answer with Bryce and Sagan and generally everyone who's here. Do you have any advice for easing in and out in 2D animation? Sometimes I find my animation
no, we already did that. You already did
that one. Okay, I thought you did.
I missed it. I will.
Do you have any tips for easing in and out?
What were the tips before? When you're hand drawing?
I think you'd actually talked about actual ease-ins and ease-outs, right? Like
I talked about following arcs and volume consistency and paths. So and
animating on two. It went into like animating on twos instead of ones.
I think my tip would be to like find a formula for some of these things. So if you do enough animation, you kind of get a sense for like what a 4-frame ease looks like as opposed to a 6 or an 8, and then you just like pull that out for any situation. And if you go and like look at some piece of animation that you really like, try and like rip it off YouTube or something, and then I go through it frame by frame with QuickTime sometimes and try and find when if there's a really beautiful like arm sweep or something, when it starts to slow down, and then counting the how many frames it takes to ease in or ease out, and then it's like you can just kind of reuse that number for anything, and it'll give that same effect.
Yeah, that's studied.
Animation's pretty formulaic. It's kind of like programming in a way. Like I like how technical it is, and it sounds like it's sucking the magic out of it, but I think that's where the magic is.
It's interesting how much of taking that technical knowledge also, and it's like it's them building on top of it is what makes it feel less robotic. Because once you know those things, then you're like, okay, how do I break it? And that's when things get spicy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't see how
it's like if you have like a
anything once you understand how it works. Because once you understand and you're able to try to like do something similar, you're all like, okay, now I know how to do it, and I can make the magic happen.
Yeah, too.
Like I don't know how it. Like, I don't think it takes the magic away. I think it increases your ability to understand.
Yeah, you know, yeah, it's just the study is worth it. It's worth it to like figure out like, okay, how did other people approach the same problem?
Yeah.
And I think one thing also that's interesting is that we're not at the limit of that information yet. So you might come up with like an interesting solution to like how to display a certain feeling or make something feel like really snappy, or maybe like have like an otherworldly feel or whatever like that, and then you become kind of the source of information for somebody else down the line, or even yourself as well, because that experimentation can lead to like a lot of interesting things. There's a lot of animators that I'll look at their stuff and they're very non-standard, like they're not doing a Disney style or anything like that, and it's very interesting to see like what is their approach, because so often they'll just straight up break the rules. They'll just break the rules, and I'm like, why? This thing breaks the rules as I know it, and that makes it fascinating. Why does this work for me? And I need to know. Anything that
I like seeing other animation styles, from smooth to like let's see. As of late, when I was watching like Viv stuff, I like some of their like slowed down animations where you get a feel of the emotions, like the episode 2 when Octavia was sad. I liked that animation because it just really felt like you could feel the emotion she was feeling. I like that. I like how they did it. Like it was like almost choppy. Like I know some people are like, "Oh, I don't like it. It's bad." I'm like, I think it adds to some of the some of the emotions the characters are explaining or expressing. I like that. I really like how choppy it is, because I know that when it comes up to how I animate, it's pretty choppy, and I like it. I like it being pretty choppy.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Well, that's just personal preference.
I used to be not into choppier animation, but then I realized that the reason why I felt that way was not because a low FPS was a problem. It was because the acting was not terribly engaging in what I was looking at. It wasn't low FPS. It was faces that never changed expression with one thing moving. Maybe a camera pan. That kind of shot tended to bore me. It can be interesting, but the ways in which you make that interesting is its own challenge in of itself. But it's not like the most interesting kind of animation to me. So it's just a different thing.
I have a pretty high tolerance for crappy animation if it works. So like a lot of Adult Swim stuff, or like home movies, for example. I love home movies.
Or, you know what I love?
6-ounce mouse.
I love animation.
Like, not...
Yeah, I love animation that's like shitty home console graphics from way back when. Shitty 3D home console graphics from way back when, where they had to animate the character by pulling vertices because like bones didn't even exist. So like the limitations of the craft, where everybody was just trying to figure it out, and the kinds of solutions they came up with that we just don't do anymore. And there's a reason why, but it's really interesting to see like how weird that looks. Like looking at the original Spyro's animations and the way the faces go blah 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 blah. It's kind of funny.
Well, so this will be the strangest footnote to this, but look into the history of the very beginnings of VeggieTales, of all things, because they did work that was so influential to the form that Disney and Pixar both reached out to the Soul... Knocked over a bottle. To the Soul 2 creators.
Too excited about VeggieTales, I guess.
Just of the technical aspects of when they originally developed it. Yeah. They were the first people to approach 3D animation in the way they did, and they blew the industry away for a few years.
I can definitely see that, because because I watched like quite a bit of that growing up, and in my mind it was like as good as Pixar, because I haven't seen it in the last like 2 decades or whatever. But the character animation was like real solid. And it's like, and it's just shapes too, like it's...
Yeah, it was really just like
it's just blobs,
of, like a tomato and a cucumber,
Yeah.
and their eyes would squash and stretch a lot, and they're, it was definitely more
it was always
natural.
clear what was going on.
Yeah, it was definitely more natural looking and more I don't know, sophisticated in the way it characterized just simple shapes than like a lot of the stuff that was using like that was pulling individual vertices around. This was more like an overall like just morph mesh morph thing they were doing, and it just looked a lot better than what you would otherwise find at the time. Yeah, it was simple appeal, I think. Simple and smooth. Yeah.
Let's see. Okay, we have 25 minutes left and 13 questions. Let's see if we can blow through these. This will completely clean out our past queue and everything.
Okay.
Oh god. Okay. From Nova, the one everyone has expected for a long time. Does Mordecai have a significant opinion on Rocky in any particular direction?
What a seemingly ridiculous tie you have.
Yeah, he thinks Rocky's fairly ridiculous. There's kind of like this thing that doesn't really get addressed in the comic, at least insofar as I've drawn it yet. But the characters who, or the crew who are the ones who do all of the dirty work above ground, kind of have a lower opinion of the in-house staff, like the musicians and the busboys and the bouncers and things like that, because they're the ones up there risking their lives, risking their necks to get the alcohol, and so they kind of have more of a like, well, we're the top tier employees here, so he would have known of Rocky. I don't think he really had any like significant interactions with him, which is probably for the better because Rocky might not have survived that. But he just kind of thinks of him as like, oh, you're like the lowly staff that Mitzi has now hired to do, the real work of running this business. And so, and Rocky's there in his very colorful suit that he wears on stage to play jazz music and stuff, and so this is all very ridiculous and kind of embarrassing to Mordecai, who's like, this is Atlas's establishment, and that meant something to him, and he's like, oh god, what a,
Freaking Mordecai's little heart to Atlas is just like, it gets me all the time. He's like, oh my god, he holds so much respect. But I think this is my opinion, I think Mordecai's all like, as long as he stays out of my way, I have no problem. But then again, me thinking about him being there is also a problem. So no matter what, he's also a problem. Gosh darn it, now he's annoying.
Yeah, but no, Mordecai's just kind of like grinding his teeth that Mitzi's got her musician pals, like, doing this work now, and it's just all very, to him, shameful, and just sullying the legacy of Lackadaisy, and he's like, just kind of like, let it rest in peace, please, but...
Mordecai's got such a soft heart on the just I keep thinking about it.
He's definitely more sentimental than he lets on. And it probably even more sentimental than he even thinks he is. He thinks he's being logical when he's really not. He's being extremely motivated by his emotions. But
remember what I said about the tilted pencil? Remember what I said that he's my book smart idiot?
Yes, he would. Yeah, he would flip his shit over tilted things. No tilting.
It's his worst nightmare. It's not a scary Halloween house. It's a scary tilted everything house. Even the house is tilted.
Yeah. Well, with Victor, it's no talking, and with Mordecai, it's no tilting.
Taken to one of those Ripley's museums that's just all 45.
Oh yeah, those things. Yeah. That's not acceptable.
There's like this image that has like a little knight that says "No fun allowed," but this time it's Mordecai that says "No tilt allowed."
Bring him to the house on the rock. The house on the rock in Wisconsin.
Watch him try to fix it.
Oh god, this is an old question. Okay, so we're going bottom up here. This is a question from during the Kickstarter. Is there a stretch goal to make Newt launch his own brand of alcohol?
Newt?
From Black
I don't think we had thought of that.
Yes, bottles of Firebelly whiskey.
That sounds kind of awesome, actually.
Yeah.
Let's see, from Onyx Asriel, how many animators are working on the movie? It looks great and I love the animation. So I just checked this preemptively, seeing this question. According to the server, we have 56 animators.
Ooh.
I don't know if that's accurate based on
Well, that's
folks who,
including
had to
cleanup,
part
I
ways
assume.
and things like that.
That sounds about
No,
right.
yeah.
We
no,
hired...
that's straight that's
Oh,
that's
sheesh.
Really?
56 people have the animation / cleanup role.
Oh, well, that's it.
Oh,
That, I
slash
mean,
cleanup.
it is,
Yeah, that's
it's
why.
animation
That's
and
why.
cleanup. That makes sense because we
I was like, I
hired
don't know,
like 40.
yeah.
Yeah, we hired like 40 animators and then like 20-ish cleanup artists, and then like some people had to bounce at certain points because of other responsibilities and life obligations and things. So, yeah, so it would have been about 60, but so if we have 56, yeah, that seems right. Between
Let's
the two.
from Duras, I apologize if I'm mispronouncing that. How did you go about putting the animation together in the first place? Just organizationally, do you have to register and start up a business? ?
Well, we're actually underneath the purview of Iron Circus Comics, so no, we didn't have to.
Yeah,
because
so
already
it was
existed.
a pre-existing business, yeah, and Spike. So the Kickstarter funds went into a business account that is overseen by Spike, who runs that company. That's why Iron Circus is our producer, and like they pay the staff, the employee or not employees is not really the word, but the crew gets paid out of that account into which all the Kickstarter funds went, and yeah, so there was already a business, already an LLC that pre-existed the project. If you were to do it on your own independently, I would definitely. You don't necessarily need to have like an LLC set up or anything. That generally requires paperwork, but you can be a sole proprietor. That like if you're doing business and you're self-employed in some capacity, you already are a business as a person yourself. It's called sole proprietorship.
I'm a sole proprietor.
Right. So am I.
In Canada. Yeah.
Right.
Gotta help us.
So it's like business being
the
business of one being hired by this business of much more people.
Yeah, if you're a freelancer, basically you're a sole proprietor, unless you have actually gone through the trouble of making yourself an LLC or incorporating with other, entities or something. So you can do it yourself. I would just say make sure you have the paperwork in order. If you've got other people you're bringing aboard to work with you, have them sign NDAs, have them sign, paperwork so it's clear like what they're delivering to you, who owns the artwork that's done, and that sort of stuff. So like just make sure you've got signed paperwork to establish what your working relationship is with anyone, and who owns the intellectual property.
Yeah. You don't want to leave that up to just, promises. Because people's motivations and needs can change over time, and you need to get stuff in writing for their safety, for your safety, for
right. And sorry,
go ahead. No,
I was going to say if you're paying people, you also have to have paperwork. You will have to keep track of exactly what you're paying them and give them for any amount over in the U.S. anyway, any amount over $600. You must. They must sign a W-9 and to give you their tax information so that you can then give them a 1099 form to report how much income that 1099 goes to them and goes to the IRS to report how much you've paid them. So make sure you got your tax paperwork and your IP ownership paperwork and your NDA, non-disclosure agreement paperwork, all in order. All of these things you can find like templates online for like basic paperwork for these things. If you're doing a fairly uncomplicated project, where you're just like you raise some money and you want to hire some people to help you out. You'd want to go that route with it and make sure you have paperwork established, even if someone is like your good friend. Just in case your friendship goes sideways or something happens, or even it just becomes confusing, like who owns this character or whatever, or who owns this artwork that they did for you, can they then take that artwork and sell it or something? Like you gotta make sure that like all of those boundaries are established beforehand. Otherwise, you're gonna run into problems.
Yeah.
Huge problem.
When people are making money off of something, it gets complicated if you don't make things firm, because you really don't want to have your friendship end because like they assumed they were doing something as a favor to you, and you didn't know that it was going to explode later on, and like something gets really big, and then they feel resentful because they feel like they're owed some money or something, and oops, you know, and you don't have control over their feelings, so you don't know if that can happen because that happens.
I know of cases in which like friendships have ended over this kind of thing, and it's really bad. Like when you're doing business with someone, whether it's a family or member or friend, make sure like all of that paperwork is there to protect you in case something goes wrong in your relationship with them. God forbid. I hope it doesn't. But or in case there just becomes a situation in which it's confusing as to like who owns what and who owes who what amount of money, and you know, that sort of thing, and who can, like, what secrets of your project can be shared openly and not shared openly, you know, all of that, you know, all of that stuff should be worked out ahead of time. You can, you know, I also know of projects where like they had to scramble to get all that stuff in order and collect a bunch of paperwork from everybody that they hadn't done early on because it was just so informal at first. So if you know you're going into something where you're going to hire other people to work on it with you, just get that stuff in order. Get your ducks in a row.
I know you mentioned just a bit ago about owning the characters or whatever. Pi, the same individual who won the free set of Lackadaisy shot glasses, do any of the crew members have an OC they've never told anyone about? If so, care to talk about it? I'd love to hear the writing in your brains.
You mean like a Lackadaisy fan OC, or do you mean?
I don't know if they mean. I think they just mean in a general sense. Do you?
I mean, you've heard Kaz talk about her stuff, so.
Yeah, Kaz can talk about.
They did specify
Sagan, do you have
someone that they've never told anyone about.
Yeah, Sagan, do you have a personal project you're working on that you don't have to talk about if you don't want, but are you?
I just have like a lot of mostly like. It's weird. I don't tend to make OCs. Like, that's an interesting concept to me because I can't. It's hard for me to just come up with characters without like a story. Like I have the story and then characters go inside the story, but I don't just sit there and like make someone with a bio and like their favorite color and stuff like that. Like, that's hard for me to do. So I have like a lot of like writing projects and novels and stuff with original characters that I haven't talked to people about that will probably see the light of day at some point, but because they're like they're more like stories, they're not OCs. The OCs are inside the books and the stories.
Yeah,
I do have like one project
free
that's
hanging OCs either. They're always like related to something that I'm working on. Because it's hard for me to think of these characters and in terms of just being floating through nothing. Some of them have the capacity to exist in a vacuum, but a lot of them don't. So like I feel like a lot of my characters require the context of the environments that they exist in before anybody would give a shit about them.
Same here. And I think that's like a really funny, like, that's how characters used to be before the internet. Like, I feel like OCs is a very internet sort of way of talking about this stuff. And I think it's very interesting.
It's like came about because people wanted avatars to represent themselves with, and then it kind of expanded to characters you just roleplay with and alternate them.
And like, how do those characters have the capacity to roleplay with just about anyone? So it's like they individually will have their own hook.
Yeah,
so they characters sort of like that, but I just feel like most of them, like most of the cast of my zombie comic, are not visually interesting in a way that I think makes them like
you would want to like pull them out for a role play or something. And
I've done role play with them, and I've had some interesting RPs with them, but it's always within the universe they already exist within. And they're really primarily designed around written material. Because the primary way they even interacted with anybody was through writing, so I just find it kind of difficult to just stick them with some other character and like giving them a hug or whatever, because it would just kind of feel weird to me. Something like that. It's
like imagining
yeah.
Mary Shelley turning to Lord Byron and be like, I want to check out my new OC
The thing that I kind of will save, because I know that I'm currently still active when it comes up to RP, but I've been slowly branching out because I realized that it's kind of taking over my life, and I'm like, I want to use the time that I use to roleplay to write stories and stuff, write character designs and other stuff.
Well, yeah,
so,
we're
like,
not being critical of it. I'm just saying how
No, I'm not saying you are. I'm explaining things real quick. I'm just saying, like, I'm explaining why I'm, like, slipping out of it. The thing I will say that a lot of people do when it comes up to role-playing is that people are so ready to make a bond with a character that they almost refuse to read your own character. Like, for Winston, for some, it's like, he's definitely the type of character that needs to come to you, not vice versa. If you go to him, he's going to avoid you like the plague. But some people will be too ready to throw their character at someone simply because they are desperate to have their character and your characters be friends, or sometimes even more so. And it's uncomfortable. I like how I roleplay my characters is like if they were in a real situation, not, oh, they're so cute, they're such a sweet being, can I hug them? Like, no, he doesn't know who you are at all. Why would he want a random hug from a random stranger that he has never spoken to? It's like, think about it logically is how I look at it. Like, if you wouldn't really do that, would your character do that? Like, would they do this weird off-the-wall thing, just running up to a stranger and hugging them? Would they? Would you?
If that is the character you have, I mean, props to you, though. You know, that's like a particular personality you like to write and stuff like that. Like, it's not a bad thing. It's just, you know, that's not my particular writing style either.
No, I get you. It's just one of those things of, like, make sure that with your character, you read the other character, too. Like, would they want that? Would they want your character who's super touchy and huggy to go to them?
Yeah, it should be an exercise in getting in character. It's good writing exercise. It's good creative exercise if you are paying attention to, like, what kind of character you're working with, because that informs how, like, the characters have to bounce off each other. It's like acting, you know, it's like acting is reacting, and so you shouldn't be just, you know, snow plowing through as if, like, you know, only your character is the one that matters and the other one is just some kind of, you know,
I found RP useful for like bouncing a lot of ideas off of people. Has often been very good.
Yeah,
for me,
no, I know people who like came up with comics or book ideas or things from roleplay sessions or long running role plays with friends or things like that. And so it basically is a sort of like writing.
I think The Expanse is originally an RP. Like, The Expanse is huge. Yeah. And that was from like their RPG sessions.
Nice. Yeah. I mean, it is storytelling unto itself, and collaborative and interactive and real time, but you can definitely take something from it and then make something more permanent out of it, like or you can just learn from it, learn how to write by doing that, kind of in a way. So
writing stuff is fun, but
it's kind of what you're doing in your head when you are writing is role playing your characters with each other. Like, you're not involved with it per se, but like you're taking those two personalities and kind of like
spinning off,
putting them into situations.
Also, sometimes if you're writing like purely prose type stuff that doesn't have imagery or anything, like, and especially if you're writing in the first person, sometimes I don't even know what gender the protagonist is, because it's like, I'm only concerned with like what's happening and the character situations, and like I don't know what their hair color is, their eye color, their gender, and it's like it's weird because you think it's like, oh, isn't that important? Like, shouldn't you like have a well-rounded character and stuff? But like sometimes no, you don't.
That's okay.
I mean, I've seen books written that way too, though, where they really don't describe the character's physical appearances or anything. They just the characters experience things and do things, and it's up to you to either weed out, like pick out tiny little details that give you maybe like the tiniest clues as to what they look like, or to just not enjoy it on that, not even read it on that level. Like I have a hard time not visualizing. Like I know
that's the job. That's when you're giving the job to the reader. It's like, reader, you do the hard work.
Yeah.
Like, the character.
Oh, the luxury.
Like, how often do you go around? How often do you go around?
The luxury of a
non-visual
medium.
Right. You don't. Yeah.
It's like I don't think about like my brown eyes like when I'm sitting on the bus.
My brown eyes. I guess if I'm looking in the mirror and I like matching colors to things. Yeah.
Right. Whenever you're talking from a first person standpoint, it is kind of weird if you start describing yourself like, that's
If you're like, does this shirt or this shirt complement my eyes? And like the what you're describing as the shirt could imply certain things about your eyes.
Right. You can tell it indirectly, and I think that's way more interesting actually. When you can kind of like piece together what a character looks like from indirect inferences.
It kind of sticks.
You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least
it's sort of like that.
That
it's show don't tell. You know.
Yeah.
It even and you can take that to an extreme and like don't even tell them what like the character looks like and just know what the character looks like through context. Which I mean I always find that to be. I don't know. It comes across as it's just a little bit more deft in the way it's handled. In that way, it feels more organic. Like I always think of Fury Road as like a really really good example of a movie where they don't explain anything. It's just you figure it out as you go, like what's going on and why.
There's no exposition character.
Yeah, there's no exposition. It's just it throws you right into it, and then you figure it out gradually as you know. And the characters don't even pause to have those like conversations where they're talking to each other, but what they're really doing is explaining things to the audience because they're just saying things that obviously this character would know. They don't talk like that in that movie. It's like really well done in that way where it's just like the characters interact as they would, knowing they already know what's going on. No
info dumps.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Not a big fan of that particular style of storytelling.
Right, yeah, I kind of get annoyed with that when anytime a character pauses to say something really obvious to another character who would obviously know that. It's like, as I like that Avatar movie. That Avatar movie did that repeatedly. Like
So did the Assassin's Creed movie. There's like Jeremy Irons is explaining to his scientist daughter. He's like, "Do you know what DNA stands for?"
Daughter's a scientist.
I want somebody who has a scientist friend who works in these fields. Just go to them and be like, "Do you know what DNA stands for?" And see how they react.
It'd be funny if he was like, "I don't know either."
Really
no, what does it stand for? I don't know. This is a bad movie and I don't want to be here.
I haven't seen that film, but it has lines like that?
Sounds like...
Is that most of the movie?
Yes.
I don't want to watch it.
Hilarious.
No, we ruined someone's date because we went to the theater to make fun of it, and there was a guy who had brought his date there, and he like turned around and shushed us.
Well,
but then
he
at
might
the
have
end
just
of the movie,
ruined
the
his
lights...
own date. So by taking them to see,
the lights came up, and it's like he had to shake her awake. She had fallen asleep at the Sorry, dude.
Well, he was shushing you so she could take a lovely deserved nap. Obviously.
That's hilarious. Oh my god.
She was really tired. This is the only thing that puts her down. It's Assassin's
Creed. I've never played the Assassin's Creed games, so I was like, this is really dumb. Is this in the game? And they're like, yeah, this is all like completely from the game.
The story of it, like, Clint has a bugbear about the Assassin's Creed games. He gets on a very interesting kind of rant about the storytelling choices in it. And I just sit there, I'm like, this is
one thing keeping me away.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'd love to run around ancient cities and like jump around on the rooftops.
But then I have
to
put up with the story of Assassin's Creed.
Yeah, I don't know.
It sounds like a punishment.
We've got just a couple minutes left. Do we have any questions we should try to...
Let's see. What's the last one we want to go off with? Here we go. This one from Ghostly Folk. Any favorite moments during the short film production so far? Also a friendly reminder to drink water and take care of yourselves.
Oh, I'm stretching right now.
Thank you.
Like, I've actually been stretching my arms, like, for the past, like, 20 minutes of getting on and off of doing this. Anyway,
Yeah, we tend to do this thing where we're like overwork for some number of weeks at a time and then have a problem as a result of that and then need to take a day or 2 days off and be like recover because we've gotten... But yeah, I mean, it's just the nature of trying to do something like this. It's hard and there's a lot to it and you can't possibly afford all the people you really need to do something like this. So we're kind of like juggling multiple jobs at the same time, and I don't recommend doing it, especially for prolonged periods, but yeah, and I don't want any of like the other teammates to have to feel like they need to do that. It's just kind of like for I'm fine with doing it. I think Fable has, but I don't want Fable to hurt themselves, of course, either. But yeah, we've we're trying to be better, trying to do like at least one day.
You gotta
off.
take care of yourself because there is so much work to do. Like if you don't take the time to take care of yourself, it
if
won't
you
get
crash
done.
and burn hard, you're gonna have a harder time getting back on your feet to continue working. So yeah, it behooves yourself and everybody else if you can continue to function at a consistent rate. So, yeah.
But our favorite parts of the production.
Favorite parts.
Aside from being
what
dehydrated.
Yeah.
Remember, hydrate before you dehydrate.
Yeah.
I like that.
What's everyone's favorite part of the production so far? What's everyone's
What a favorite moment?
Here?
Hard to pick
Yeah,
one.
just favorite moment.
Yeah.
I suppose on or off the clock.
I mean, Lackacube was like one for the ages.
Oh
but...
my god!
That might
Fucking
be my favorite.
The
I love
legend.
Lackacube.
We all
That's
love
going
Lackacube.
in the
one,
book.
The only. The
Yep.
cubes.
You know,
Page
one good
dedicated
one.
to Lackacube.
Yes. Your birthday present, Tracy.
Oh yeah, the birthday thing was like mind-boggling. Like you guys are nuts.
Yeah, I'm kind of amazed we put that together so quickly. Honestly.
Yeah, I mean, if some of you in the chat don't know, for my birthday in August of last year, they did like a crazy amount of like, I don't know, they just like organized the whole thing, and then surprised me with it, and they did like animations with some of the outtake audio from the voice recording sessions we did with the VAs, and they had people do like a bunch of art from the Discord server and stuff, and it was all just
If you want to watch us publicly execute Tracy, I put the link in the streaming chat.
I can't deal with that kind of stuff. Don't do that to me.
Enjoy.
You guys.
There was also there was also when I threatened the community with blowing up their buildings if they didn't show me how to get my prize for my birthday.
Oh god!
I was running around with a bunch of
during
dynamite.
Fable's birthday, when we were in the Lackadaisy Minecraft server.
Which reminds me, actually, we were talking to Candy yesterday, and she was showing us her Minecraft castle and everything. And is that something you still want to do? Is that something people are interested?
Oh, that's being done. I have a whole team developing the world right now in the background.
Oh my god!
That was kind of going to be a surprise, but whoop, there goes that can of beans.
You should have just said I can either confirm or deny. You know. You're normally slick at this. Where's your slime, man?
But
all your slimy slime.
That is a whole thing that is being developed right now. We're currently doing some building explorations. We're going to have a spawn world of St. Louis. In period accurate.
Ooh.
We have a team of folks there. We have, plugins and custom mods and everything being developed. It's a whole thing.
Whoa.
Well, now I'm all excited about it.
Whoa, I'm so curious. What a treat.
I kind of thought that had been put on the back burner just because everybody's so busy, but
it was kind of put on the back burner because I was so busy, but I finally pulled the trigger and said no, delegation. I'm hiring like manager and subsequent staff, and they're getting this done and filling me in externally, and I will sign off on things that I need to, but otherwise they are to their own power. So on and so forth.
Good.
It's a Minecraft server?
Yeah.
Oh, I might have to get a Minecraft account.
I have Minecraft. I'm excited.
I've never played it.
I think I played once because I have but it was a long time ago. I have these memories of looking up how to build a crafting table and everything, trying to figure out the very early stuff.
I'm sorry.
I haven't played it since then. I think I haven't tried it since.
One of my favorite memories from production so far, while Lackacube is... I'm not sure where I would rank these per se, but Lackacube, way up there. Tracy's birthday, way up there. As well as Fable's birthday, way up there. I still love that phone call with Cadillac. That was a delightful afternoon.
Yeah.
Hey guys, you guys should totally check the streaming chat. Look at how many people are watching.
How many people? Is it 69?
It was. It just fell to 67.
Oh, damn it.
I got the screenshot. Okay, I got the screenshot. I got the screenshot.
Nice.
Nice. Oh, I got a response from Mike because I said, "Enjoy the food," having completed my task. He said, "Very good food. I'm gonna do something later tonight once I'm done with my signing stream." And I said, "Have fun."
Oh boy.
Wait, should I be suspicious?
Oh boy, what is Mike doing?
I don't know, but I could hazard. Well, I could probably guess it in one. I gotta be honest.
That could be nothing at all, nothing specific, or it could be a plot. With Mike, you just can't tell.
You just don't know.
He already sung one song. You guys don't think he might find a way to sing another?
We have kind of invited him, essentially, haven't we? Let's see what he tells.
I asked Mike to. I got Mike to sing "Carmel Dancin'" terribly. Very early on in the project. So I'm sure he is not beyond singing something from Vocaloid.
No, but we'll see. Yeah, the birthday thing was like that was definitely like the best birthday I've ever had. Honestly, that was very meaningful. Aww. So thank you for that. But no, yeah, we've had some Lacka chats too, where we did like intros of the voice actors and everything that were like a blast as well. That was great.
Those were so good. Dan Cakes was so good.
Dan Cakes was great. Some of like the 24-hour streams were extremely memorable because
they were also not memorable.
Some parts I don't remember.
Yeah, really memorable. Wait, what happened? It's like it comes back to you.
Yeah.
I remember I didn't sleep for any of them.
Wow.
But
woof.
Oh god. Also, Nova has already graced us with a Morty Pie piece of art. I dropped it in fan.
I pretend I do not see it. My eyes have been sealed shut.
And with that bombshell, it is a bit past the hour. It is time we say goodnight.
Yeah, damn it.
We gotta rip the band-aid off eventually. I'm sorry.
I enjoy it.
Just close your eyes.
But yeah.
Just close your eyes. It'll be over soon, and you know it.
Oh, that sounds ominous.
Kaz, please drop the
pillow. It's a pillow. Look at these guys thinking I'm violent over here.
All right, guys. Thank you so much for joining us, and we hope that you had a good time. And is the poll closed, Newt, or is it still open?
So let's check what the poll is at. We are at 1,993 responses.
Goodness. You want to drop a link to that?
Yeah, let's drop a link. I will close this at exactly 2,000 responses.
Okay. No, hold on.
Oh, wait.
Oh, okay, hold on.
Clint was going to update the blog, and I linked him to that to include in it. So if we maybe like leave it up another couple days, I don't know when Clint's going to get the blog.
I will close it at 3,000 responses.
So we can, yeah, we have a meeting tomorrow. We'll probably discuss the results tomorrow with Spike and Nick. So it is pertinent to like get your response in soon if you have any thoughts about plushes or character you don't
You guys should totally say yes.
So I'm not going to affect the outcome by saying what. Well, I'm not going to say who or what positions or anything, but you all know who I was referring to because I mentioned it in our chats earlier. But there has been an overtaking.
As it actually overtook now? Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
Wow. So, yeah, I think we have a front runner who's, like, kind of far and away in the lead, right? But then there's, like, the second place thing is kind of a tight race, so... we'll probably make 2 to start off with, so this actually is very pertinent information for us. It'll determine which direction we go.
The second place vote is currently within... 375 for one and 377 for the other. They are extremely close. The other one has over 650 votes on their own, so like their whole other game.
You're killing me here with your freaking vagueness. Can't you just DM me?
No, because you can affect the vote.
Yeah.
No, I'm not. I can't do anything with myself.
We don't need people lobbying.
You guys already know who I picked. What are you guys talking about? You guys already know who I picked.
Yeah, we honestly could guess like the top 3, but the question is like which top 3? What, like, in what
Top
order?
3.
Yeah.
3? Who's the 3? Who's the 3rd? Who's number 3?
I don't know. It's just
Essential
thoughts.
Rockaby?
Yeah.
Is the Essential Rockaby on there?
Yes, the Essential Rockaby.
Yes, it comes
and
with
Cactus
a table
Friend.
lamp.
Yeah.
Is he really? I know Cactus.
No, we left him out of the poll because people would have voted for him.
We left Ghost Suck and Cactus Friend out of this one, and Frothy and everything because yeah, we actually do want it to be about plushes we actually will make and not just be jokey about it. So
Oh, hey, Juno.
I wouldn't buy an Essential Rockaby though. That's the thing, it probably wouldn't be a joke.
Yeah.
Would legitimately buy
I
Cactus
mean, yes, I'm sure some of the people who voted maybe would actually really want a cactus plushie, but
So many people. The moment I published the poll, the top responses were, "Why is there no cactus? Why is there no Nina? Why is there no?" Oh God, who else did they just? They just started listing off every random character. But a lot of people wanted.
Where's
the cactus.
Joey?
No one said Joey. Not a single.
Whoa!
Joey.
I want
Whoa,
a car
that's a
plush.
shock.
Give me the car.
I mean, that
probably
would be
Horatio.
cool.
There might have been a Horatio or two.
I think there were a few Horatios. Just a plushie
Yes.
of a block of wood.
I would buy it. I honestly would buy it. I would buy that plush.
I think that one would be special for the crew because nobody else would get it.
Please.
Has like big Lackacube trademark stamped on the back.
Could the cube just hold the plushies inside?
It's like a Pokeball, but it's not.
Oh, God.
Someone asked if the stream was ending.
It should be.
Yes,
It should
we are
have.
wrapping up.
Yeah, we're done. We're done.
We're just shooting the breeze.
Yeah. All right, guys. Thank you so much for joining us, and I hope you have found this process, like what I'm doing here, at least a little bit interesting. But yeah, this is what it takes to get a comic dub made. My official editors might be a little bit faster, but I have to do this one. Me. So, all right. We hope to have that available soon, so you get to see what the finished product looks like. That ought to be fun.
Yeah.
And yeah, you know. Anyway, night, guys. Love you.
Thanks, everyone.
Good night, everyone. Thanks for being here.
Bye.
Well, you know, love you as much as one that I don't personally know you, but you know, you seem nice. You seem nice. All right. Bye.